Probably should have had the starting soon screen up here. Simple and easy to draw. Interesting reason for the art style decision. I love the art style. It's very nice. Okay, gameplay screen here. Oh, too bad for show. The way that YouTube works, they're gonna have to open up the video again. They're gonna have to open up another video because it's not gonna take them to the next stream. It's an unfortunate side effect of how YouTube handles streams. Okay, this will be way more chill for us. I've been looking forward to play more Salt and Sanctuary too, so this works out. I hope no one is let down by me going into Salt and Sanctuary today, but that's the direction we're going. So, a lot to talk about with Salt and Sanctuary. Huge amount. Number 1, I'm level 62 now. I walked around and I did laps through the areas that we had already gone through to check behind myself and make sure that I wasn't missing items and whatnot that were available to me. So, we now have these 2 skills here, of which I will read the description for now. The actual conjuration of magic is split into 2 categories defined by their methods of conjuration: spells and incantations. Teaching Codex, page 2, page 513. An incantation requires only the spoken word to be conjured, provided the conjurer possesses the proper elemental link to the ethereal fabric of fire and sky. Teaching Codex, page 20-3. And then picked up these. So on this night we began our ranging formation. Wait. No, we've read this one. Powdered Cadarian Tavine can be combined with dried flesh of cryptoplasm to radically expel foul vapors. By doing so, extremely dangerous to the alchemist, producing the compound, the Poisoner's Field Guide, Kara 9b. And though he would be of Tristan, he would wield the Tachi of his ancestors' ancestors, a blade of masterful craftsmanship, the Burning Clouds. You guys see the game? Everything working properly? Everything going well? Make sure we don't have any technical issue. We have new spells, by the way. We now have Divine Blessed Weapon instead of regular Blessed Weapon. We have Divine Armor, Flame Orbiters, Flame Guardian, and we also have access to Lightning Storm and Arcane Weapon. We also have Ethereal Intervention now. I will read the description of these. Divine Blessed Weapon. Temporarily bless a non-elemental weapon with Divine Wisdom, adding powerful holy damage to your attacks. There is a limit to what one can do with one's own strength, but through focus, meditation, and prayer, a simple weapon can become an instrument of divine retribution. Divine Armor temporarily improves the caster's defense to physical attacks. To a cleric of great faith, the mightiest crushing blows and deep slashes leave little more than bruises and scrapes. Flame Orbiters summon orbs of flame to orbit the caster, dealing fire damage to anyone foolish enough to step in their path. Strike out any illusion of these protecting the caster from range attacks, though. Flame Guardian. Conjure a sentient guardian to attack your foes with bolts of skyfire. Since the time before the study of fire and sky, it was well known that fire could act of its own will, spreading and seeking things to devour. Wildfire. Wildfire needs not know a direction, but the elementalist summoning it must be careful to protect himself from the devastating power. Undersight. Temporarily gain undersight, the ability to see that which lurks in a dimension too ethereal to be perceived by mortal vision. It is said that tormented spirits dwell beneath the veil of whispers and shadow. Lightning storm. In nature, the ethereal fabric of sky sways and flows in the wind, sometimes becoming entangled and violent, resulting in searing bolts of lightning. With words of magic, and skilled elementalists can summon this violent effect of sky on a whim. Make sure the stream's working. Okay. Okay, seems to be working. Ethereal intervention temporarily improves the caster's defense to magical attacks. Many wicked men would attempt to harness ethereal forces to harm the devout, but through great faith, such harm can be greatly mitigated. In addition to that, we've picked up a couple of new rings. We got this charged ring, metal ring set with a rich blue crystal. The crystal softly hums as charged by celestial fabric of fire and sky. Salt Seeker's ring, a metal ring with what appears to be vigilant eyes straining through veins and nerves molded onto it. When what is lost is easily found, hope is never lost. Reveals the location of the owner's missing salt. We got this, add lightning attack, a charm of pine and golden stone, the mineral also called topaz. Many precious gems are mined in the mountain of Markdor, adds lightning damage to your attacks. My favorite pizza toppings. Okay, so that's interesting. So I think I've briefly mentioned I'm somewhat of a culinarian. I am very, very much interested in the study of gastronomy. I'm very much into, deep thought on cooking. I own, books that are purely on the science of cooking. Cooking is very much a passion of mine. So I make my own pizza quite often. I've experimented with a lot of things for pizza. I would say the best pizza is typically your traditional margherita pizza. Which is usually fresh basil, a very light amount of tomato sauce, a light amount of a low moisture mozzarella cheese, a semolina flour used to make the pizza, and what other toppings you get a couple herbs and whatnot on there, but yeah, that's that's your basic foundation for a really good traditional pizza. Is a really good margherita pizza. That is your bedrock for pizza. Once you get a little bit more experimental, because I'm of the opinion, as much as I love traditional Italian pizza, I do feel that pizza is a little bit more evolved in New York. New York pizza really came into its own. It's very different from a traditional Italian pizza, but I feel that it has elevated itself in many ways. I think a lot of New Yorkers would also agree with this. Hang on, try not to die here. Come on. Oh, no. Oh, this is bad. You know what? Just do a full do-over on this run to the boss. I know you learned this, but what are the main differences in herbs and spices in cooking? How would I define the difference between an herb and a spice? So with a lot of things in gastronomy, we don't really use, when it comes specifically to terms, we tend to kind of go off of public understanding more than like actual like botanically scientific stuff. So like, for example, vegetables, the idea of like a vegetable isn't so much a true concept. The separation of like vegetable and like fruit on a botanical level is quite complicated, and we don't really worry about stuff like that. So the difference in identity between a herb and a spice, I would imagine, is in a similar type of situation to the type of different. I just lost a ton of salt. Damn, that sucks. Oh well. I would imagine that it's a little bit messy. I don't know how to answer your question quite properly. Typically, you're going to have herbs, like you're going to have dried herbs in your spice rack. Like as a cook, you will have herbs right next to your spices. You will use them the same way that you're using your spices. So truly defining the difference doesn't really service you in a lot of ways. There is a huge difference, however, between a dried herb and a fresh herb in terms of what it does for your food and the flavor. Dried parsley, for example, I'll sprinkle that onto food, and it doesn't really have much of a flavor, but it's mostly a garnish and makes things look a lot nicer. Whereas fresh parsley will have a tremendous difference on the food that I added into. Fresh basil, completely different tones than a dried basil. When you dry an herb, it really changes things a lot. Herbs are very much used for flavor as well, but they can also be used for garnish. Though sometimes people will use spices for garnish. Cayenne is a spice. I will sprinkle cayenne because it is a beautiful, deep orange color. I will sprinkle it onto a dish if I think that it's going to make it look prettier, even if you're not going to be able to pick up on the flavor. Paprika is much the same, as it looks quite similar to cayenne, so I would use it the same. But like both cayenne and paprika do have quite strong flavors, so like you do also use them for flavoring. I mean, I can talk about cooking for hours. There's not a lot of things that I feel that I'm particularly an expert on. I would go so far as to say that I am borderline an expert when it comes to cooking. Disemboweled husk. Oh my god, he's got a gun. Guns are dangerous. We got like no stamina. This is not going well. Really, he can hit me all the way over here? This is bad. Damn. To make yourself a better cook, really bad understanding how to make something flavorful. Literally just watch cooking videos. I barely knew how to fry an egg at one point in my life. The people around me were borderline completely useless at actually teaching me how to cook, even though they very much claimed to be very, very good at it and know exactly what they were doing. It turns out they didn't actually know a whole lot, and they were very bad at teaching. So, cooking videos and, like, just learning stuff online is an extremely easy and great way to learn about cooking. If you have literally any questions regarding cooking, I should be able to answer 90% of them. Ow. Ow. This is terrible that the skeletons are here. I dare say I hate the skeletons more than I hate the slimes. Well, I cook a little bit of everything, really. Because cooking is such a passion for me, I really try to... Okay, so, like, I love cultures. Like, I love learning about other cultures. So, like, a big way that I will learn about another culture is by cooking their cuisine. So, for example, I would say my biggest weak point is probably Chinese and Indian cooking. Indian cooking I know significantly more about. Chinese cooking is very, very in-depth. They have a lot going on because they have such a rich, long, and beautiful history that Chinese cooking has a lot of really, really complicated things to it. So I would say that's probably where my knowledge is the weakest. I mostly... What do I mostly... I don't know if I can say I mostly cook a type of food. I get tired of cooking the same thing very, very quickly. Like, I don't understand people who can eat the same thing every single day. I get absolutely just lose all types of morale if I do that. The things I am best at cooking, though. I am very good at making sushi. I make my own homemade sushi. I often find that my sushi is better than the sushi that I get at most sushi places. Do keep in mind, I don't really live in a hub of, like, incredible sushi. So, you know, I'm not challenging myself against the, you know, the greatest sushi chefs. I'm very much certain, with not a shadow of a doubt, that if I were to compare my sushi to the sushi of, like, a master sushi chef in Japan, his sushi will be miles better than mine. However, my sushi is quite excellent. My pizzas are quite excellent. Pizzas, however, are one of those things where you really need a whole facility to make incredible pizza. So my pizza is not better than, like, a really good pizzeria with, like, a stone oven and, like, you know, using really traditional practices for pizza. My pizza is not better than that pizza, but my pizza is quite good. I make a lot of European dishes that are really good. I'm not a huge fan of meat. I cook it because I don't like having gaps in my expertise of cooking. So I do cook meat, but I have some issues with cooking meat. However, one of my strong suits is that I very much so have been told by literally everyone that I make the best steak that they've ever had. I put a lot of work into my technique with steak. Steak is one of those things where you can really optimize the way you make steak to make incredible steak. So that's an area that I specialize is steak. Oh my god, please tell me these aren't going to chase me to the boss room. Sounds like a good chef. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Yeah. I do a lot of cooking. I used to have a cooking channel. I did Final Fantasy... I still have the channel. I'll still be uploading there. But it's not, like, attached to VTuber activities. It's like its own separate type of deal. I might let people know what it's called one day. But I mostly cooked, my goal was to cook all the food from Final Fantasy XIV. I also did some Resident Evil 8 food, which is mostly Romanian. I have friends in Bulgaria that were of assistance to learning a bit of that, because I didn't have any friends from Romania at the time. I do actually have a Romanian friend now. I made a Romanian friend quite recently, or another VTuber, who I really hope I get to have around on the channel at some point in time. I would love to collab with them. They're probably my favorite person to talk to right now. They're an absolute joy to speak with. I mean, I really, really enjoy their presence. What was I saying? Yes, cooking. Cooking. Yes, I do a lot of cooking. Cooking is very, very important to me. Yes. Oh dear. This is a pretty rough boss. I think we need to put our ring to minimize wounding on, because our health bar is getting absolutely destroyed. Oh, you're so close. True King. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I really do. I've mentioned this before. I get a little bit worried with the king thing that I'm doing with my character. I'm writing a bunch of story for him, and it's very integral that the king thing be a part of it. But I want to mention that I do not have my character be a king as an ego boost for myself. I very much despise the idea of like royalty, in the sense of people being treated better than other people because of their bloodline and like where they come from. Soren as a character is very much driven by the concept of noblesse oblige, which is the idea that a regent or royal lives in service to their people. They are a servant of the people, that their life goal is to live in service of those people, and that the people do not serve them. So that is something that I just, yeah, I don't need to mention that in your like that's not related to your compliment, but yeah. Thank you. Sorry that my words are a little jumbled today for whatever reason. Would I overthrow a monarchy given the chance? Absolutely. I do not even like that Britain still has a king and queen. I think that I'm quite disgusted that they are still put up on a pedestal, and I don't like royalty in concept, and I don't like. I'm a very much a detractor from very wealthy people living better lives than the people whom have less than them. So, yeah. Kingly stuff, though, to me, is someone that lives in service of the people, a servant of the people. So that's, yeah. I just worry that people are gonna think that I put a little crown on myself and made myself king, because typically it's associated that, like, oh, you see yourself as a king, you must have, you know, big ego and all that. And though I do have confidence in myself and self-love for myself, I definitely don't want to come off as someone that's full of themselves. Also, we're gonna go to the other area and kill that boss, because this one's a little much right now. We're gonna go kill the other one. We have 2 bosses available to us right now. Sounds amazing. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Sorry to open up big tangents of stuff like that on you. But yeah. Oh, that reminds me. We need to go to an area with an alchemist. How to make a good chili? Alright, easy. Hit me with it. Or you're just asking how to make a good chili, like, in general. Because I could... If there's, like, a smaller version of that question, that'll be easier to tackle. As for just how to make a good chili in general, can you handle spice? Because if you can handle very spicy food, then you can make really, really excellent spicy chili. The beta flavors. Okay, so like the base. Are the best flavors. Well... what would I say? You're bad at spice? It's something you build a tolerance to over time, really. I had a lot of spicy food available to me growing up, so it's just kind of normal for me. How much did that get me? Not nearly enough. Okay. We'll upgrade our equipment after cross. Spice tolerance is decent. Okay, well... I mean, I'd be lying if I said that I make a lot of chili. Chili's not something I do a whole lot. Get really good beans. Get yourself some really nice beans. If you're looking for really high quality beans and you're not growing them yourself, because you're probably not going to grow them yourself, I would say that typically grocery stores that are run by little Mexican descent families tend to have wonderful beans. They're also going to have incredible spices, such as really good cumin. You're going to be able to get... you can get tomatillos, and you can put tomatillos in your chili. The better tomato that you can get, that's going to elevate it a lot. I know a big thing that'll be a big factor. So, a lot of people, when they buy their black pepper, they buy those little, like, square canisters that are a bunch of pre-ground black pepper, and then they put it in their pepper shaker. What you want to do, as often as you can, I would say, if you can get your own whole pepper... Oh, your dad's side is Hispanic and have better spice tolerance. I think spicy pepper up there. I would definitely say if you can build up your spice tolerance with eating that type of food, that will elevate your ability to eat food that is better. Not only better in taste and quality, but also for your health. Spicy food tends to be pretty good for you in a lot of circumstances. If you're ever sick, spicy food very often really helps clear up the sinuses. Also, the reason that a lot of cultures, such as Mexico descent, is that in a lot of cases, one of the best ways to stay cool in a very hot environment while like working is to eat spicy food, because your sweat receptors will start to go off of. It is not to say the only reason that they eat spicy food in that culture is for that reason. They also eat that food because that's just the food that they like. It's the food that's always been in their family. But yeah, that's a very useful thing. But yeah, get your own black pepper, whole black peppercorns. Crack them yourselves, either in a mortar and a pestle, I can't remember the name of the Spanish mortar and pestle off the top of my head, but those are really good. Eat more spicy stuff. You've been sad sick lately. If you're congested and like you have like sinus issues, absolutely spice will help with that. You do have to keep in mind though that spice is going to make you sweat. It's going to make your mouth water. So you need to be intaking more liquid. You're going to need to be drinking good water. Drink water. Water is important for you. It's going to help you. It's good for you. Be sure to give yourself lots of hydration. If you have a hard time drinking water, I recommend looking up a recipe for a sports drink, quotation mark, or just like a hydration drink. The body has an easier time gaining hydration when there is enough sodium content in the liquid, because our body is, we need salt to survive. Salt is extremely important for our survival. No mammal on Earth, almost no living creature can survive without sodium on Earth. Sodium is very, 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 very important. If you truly understand how important sodium is, and just how much salt is important for not only our survival, but our taste preferences, salt will pretty much be your favorite seasoning in the entire kitchen. Salt is so important. But yeah, adding salt, a proper amount of salt to your liquid, will really help your hydration levels. It makes it a lot easier to get hydrated without needing to drink quite as much water. I'm really getting beat up by this boss. I think I might need to take a shield out for this fight. Yeah, you can also, if you don't want to salt your water and like properly do that, there's like pickle juice has a lot of salt in it, and it tends to be a perfect amount of salt to hydrate you really well. You know, other type of like brines and stuff like that are really good for hydration. I typically don't really want to be sipping on a glass of pickle juice though. I don't think most people do. So it's a little bit better just to like make a hydration drink for yourself. This is, of course, if you cannot be relied on to actually drink water consistently. In my case, I don't really have to worry about that. I drink tea practically every morning, or I'll drink a coffee. Coffee kind of dehydrates you, so you kind of have to counteract that a little bit. Tea can be a tiny bit of a dehydrant, depending on the tea. Caffeine makes you have to go to the bathroom a little bit more because of the way that it stimulates the bladder, so that will dehydrate you faster. I know for a fact that you had mentioned your enjoyment of teas during your debut, like bubble tea and whatnot, so I imagine that extends to other teas as well. Oh my god, we've had terrible rings on. That would have helped us a lot to change. So keep in mind that caffeine within your tea will dehydrate you faster, so you're going to want to counteract that with water. Okay, lightning defense. I think we're gonna put a shield on. Lightning 57. Wait, it's not comparing stats of my shield. 40, 40, 57, 75. That's huge. Okay, we're gonna use the shield. L2 is the shield button. Should we just... I think actually we'll just do... Oh, we can do that. Ooh, okay, okay, okay. We're in business. We put our gun here. Do we have anything for lightning defense? Not really. I feel like it can be weak to fire. I don't know why I think that, but I think I'll add fire to my weapon. 4 more liters of water, mainly due to heat. That's good. That's good. Most people do not get enough water. I would say that it is an extremely rare case scenario where someone is drinking too much water. I mean, it's extremely rare for that to happen. Getting ready for stream. I will probably see you at your stream at some point. I'll probably stream this for about an hour and a half to 2 hours, and if you're still live, I will see you then. If not, then I will see you some other time. Oh my god, I rolled off. Have fun at your stream, good luck. I'll be there as soon as I can. Thank you so much for watching as well. Really appreciate that. Okay, let's just go ahead and sit down at the sanctuary. How hot is it here? Let's see what my phone says. It is 78 degrees outside. It is nighttime though, so I think it says here we have a high of 92 and a low of 69. Keep in mind that I'm in Fahrenheit, so that is not Celsius. I'm very sensitive to heat, so yeah, it's rough. I hope you have good methods of cooling down. I'm very, very much weak to heat. I do not do well in the heat. Not to be dramatic, but I very much came into a very dangerous health scenario where I got very, very sick from heat stroke whenever I was working one of my jobs about a year or two ago, and I was out in the blistering sun heat for almost the entire time, and I came home and it was real scary. Like, I got into the bath, got as cold as I could, and I laid there, and it was a little touch and go. It was a little bit worried if I was gonna actually pull through on that one. And due to being where I am here in America, didn't really want to go to the doctor, even though I very much should have. So that could have gone very badly. Been out close to 4 hours a day. Oh boy, I would not be happy. Working that job, prior to working that job, I very much had the mentality that I could work a terrible job if need be, just so that I would have the money to come home and then do the things that I enjoy. I came to the conclusion after that working that job, though, that I would rather not, like, if I have to do that, if I have to do that kind of work and put myself in that type of torment in order to make ends meet, I would rather not exist than do that. And since I care about myself and I care about my mental health, and I want to live a life worth living, and I want to be happy living, and I very much am happy living now, I took it very much upon myself that I was not going to let myself end up in a scenario where I had to work that type of job, because I would not choose to exist should that it be the option of either not existing or working that job. So yeah, very much so. That was a big indicator to me that I needed to specifically look for things that I very much enjoy and then do that. I would not have worked that job at all if not for the fact that I had someone in my life, in my household, that was practically berating me every single day to go and work that job. So that's why that happened. Now I don't care how much they tell me to go and do that. If they do, which they continue to ask me to do stuff like that, even to this day, where I have a wonderful job IRL and then this is going really well, they still want me to go and do really crappy jobs just because they're very much of the mindset that if you're not working, what's the point of you? And I don't agree with that at all. But yeah, I very much so do not care what they have to say anymore. I will just tune them out. Because I like to live. I enjoy life. And I want to continue to enjoy life. And I would rather not put myself in a scenario where I don't enjoy life. I think my stamina bar has gotten smaller. Yeah, people always talk about the, there's that whole saying of the, oh, if you enjoy what you do for work, you never work a day in your life and all that. Nah, you'll still very much be working. It'll still be hard work. However, you won't curse the fact that you are breathing if you don't despise the job you work at, so that's a thing. Are very hardworking. I think almost all of them outside work some sort of job, mainly in the heat. And I respect that. I very much do. That is a perfectly fine way to conduct themselves if that is the way that they wish to do so. For me personally, if I had to do that in order to survive, I don't think I would choose survival, as morbid as that sounds. That doesn't necessarily make me lazy. It just means that that is not the way that I want to live. The person in my life who pushes me to go and take on jobs that I have no interest in, they are very much of the mindset, like I said, that, you know, you need to be working constantly, and the only way that you have value is by working, so it is what it is. reason to enjoy working in heat is because sweat is extremely unpleasant. I completely agree. I have very, very sensitive skin, so things will irritate my skin very, very easily to a point that, you know, it will drive me absolutely insane with how much it's irritating my skin. God. God dang. That dude wombo comboed us so far. If you're some... Yeah. Yeah, I don't... My sweat glands don't really make me sweat to that extent. But due to my sensitive skin, like, my scalp, like, hurts really bad when something like that happens, and, like, my skin will feel, like, very much inflamed with pain. So, doing something like that very much so will result in a lot of pain. What was going on here? I think it was inside the wall for a good portion of that. Oh, I missed my jump. Alright, I'm gonna take the shield off until we get at the boss room, because the shield is slowing us down. Whoops. Alright, here we go. Worth ethic. 2 jobs and heat is good, but the job itself entails many unpleasant dreams. Yeah, I mean, I respect it. Oh god, no. Oh, that's unfortunate. I respect it. Very much so. It's... Whew, it's hard work though, man. It is rough to work in the heat. And it just keeps getting hotter and hotter, so... It's gonna get even more rough as time goes on. Also, the sun is really brutal for the body often. You know, it's important to get some sunlight while having on a good sunscreen and everything. But the sun is really brutal on the skin. I mean, yeah, man, it wreaks havoc on you if you are not... If you're getting too much sun exposure, and you know you're not wearing a good sunscreen and all that, I mean your body is getting messed up from that sun. So gotta be careful with that too. bait him out a little. So we have some room. Okay, he's not really getting baited. Sure, turn brown. Damn, dude. You're getting hella tanned. Do I have anything to make this better? Not really. Alright. Divine weapon. Divine armor. Flame orbiters. Let's get another divine weapon going. Poison, that's pretty bad. Damn, okay, we're not putting that shield on. That shield is absolutely not going back on. really sunburned. And you do mainly your cheeks and face. Okay. You really should put on a good sunscreen. That is very, very important. It's not just to prevent sunburn. That sunscreen is going to protect you from all kinds of stuff that the sun does to you. Get yourself a sunscreen that at a bare minimum has an SPF of 30. Why is this jump so hard? He's not grabbing the ledge. Come on, grab the ledge. Are we two-handing? Yeah, we're two-handing. Okay. Maybe attack speed. What can we do? I already have that on. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna be fully honest. I don't really like football. I've tried to get into it. A friend of mine, he's really into football, and so he's tried to get me into it, but I don't know, man. Just doesn't really interest me a whole lot. I don't really do much of watching sports in general. Out of all sports, I would say the one that interests me the most is probably basketball. And next to basketball is baseball. But football probably interests me the least. Well, no, there's always golf. Golf could not interest me less. Enjoyed golf. I've done a bit of golfing. I find golf a lot more fun to participate in. Watching golf I find very boring though. I don't want to watch golf. I can go and you know, play golf though. I think we'll put on Ethereal Intervention, and maybe we drop. We don't drop anything. Just move where it is though. Oh, I didn't mean to trigger the boss just yet. Fine. You bastard. Should have put on some antidotes. That's a lot of damage. Hmm. Gotcha. Oh, that was rough. We had no resources left by the end of that. Wow. Whew. Yeah. Yeah, GG. Alright, let's see here. Your dad really likes golf. Actually showed him place he golf all the time. He's probably spent a lot of free time golfing. Be able to beat him if he puts hours on the end of it. Damn. You're gonna have quite a competition next time you play with him, eh? Ooh. This air, it's so still. I was drawn to this dome for reasons I don't understand. It's so lonely here. I long for a friend, but I think I've driven everyone I've loved away. Tell me, have you heard of Hardlight? No. Well then, let me tell you. Drive somewhere close to 250 yards. Damn! That's way better than I can do, that's for sure. Hard light has been described as not unlike crystallized moonbeams. 100 yards? Still better than me. I don't exactly know where I'm at. I think I was at like 50 or something. It can only be seen and touched by those that possess a hard light brand. But even those unable to touch hard light will see its traces. You'd like that brand, wouldn't you? Yes. Yes, as I thought. Well, it's as simple as that. Accept this brand. Sick. Why didn't it work? Hard light brand, a word of power carried in a brand. Bearing the brand grants its owner power over matter. Wear this brand to imbue your touch with a light, allowing you to render blue arcane matter tangible. Really makes a difference, especially if your swing speed's high. I wouldn't know really how to determine that for myself, but yeah, I've heard some people say the same. I imagine it does make quite the difference. So, we have a unfortunate thing that's going to happen to our progression in Salt and Sanctuary. I've greatly enjoyed this whip. I have greatly enjoyed getting that Castlevania feel from using this whip. However, in order to truly have our damage scale properly, as you can see, our damage has been falling off really badly. We need to transmute our weapon. We have to get a better weapon. These are the whips that are available to us. Among them, the viable ones that are actually good into in-game, from what I've been looking at with their stats, is Phoenix Tail, which we cannot get. Wraithclaw is like okay. Searing Manacle, I'm like kind of interested in. And there's a Scorpion one that I can't get because of my allegiance or whatever. One of the better weapons in the game is this one right here, Steel Centipede. We convert our Bullwhip 5 into a Steel Centipede 4. It has a dexterity scaling of S, and it's really good. However, on the unfortunate issue with this, I don't know why they did this with the game. Transmuting our whip into the Steel Centipede, which is the best in the whip class. Like this has the highest damage potential out of all the whips. Unfortunately, we lose the whip moveset. This is essentially a sword. You can do whip attacks specifically when you one-hand the whip and use a strong attack, you have one whip attack. Otherwise, this is a sword. Unfortunately, we're going to be two-handing 90% of the time because I want to use charms. So we're pretty much becoming a sword character. I don't like it, but it's pretty much the natural progression that we need to concede to. I had considered using one of these other weapons, but the attack scaling is so weird and not at all what I like on these that it just doesn't work out. We're not going to do those other ones. We're going to do the Steel Centipede. It's a really good weapon. Unfortunately, we lose our whip moveset. I don't like it. I really wish it wasn't that way, but that's the way it goes. As for our gun, Um, let's see here. I thought I had more options with the guns. Dragoon, Dexterity C, Dexterity D, Wisdom B. I don't know that I'm ready to decide on the gun yet. I'm not quite sure about the gun yet. Yeah, I'm not gonna transmute the gun just yet. But yeah, this is our weapon now. It's this right here. This is kind of like a katana moveset. Like, it's cool. It's just... It's not the whip. That's a good move. We are no longer a Belmont, really. In order to do a whip attack, we have to go into one-handed mode. And we have that one... We have this one. This is our only whip attack, is specifically when we do this. Otherwise, it's a sword. It's just the way that it's gotta be. We're gonna go to a blacksmith. And, let's see about leveling up our allegiance a little. And also about getting some upgrade. Okay, I don't have these. My favorite movie is A Silent Voice. It is an anime film. It is mostly about self-acceptance, depression, themes of suicidal thoughts, people who were bullied, the troubles that come with disabilities in life. It is a very, very good film. I'm a very big fan of A Silent Voice. Other than A Silent Voice, there's a lot of movies that I like, both anime and non-anime. Other anime movies I like, Naruto The Last is an amazing romance film. Live action movies I like. Star Wars Return of the Jedi is incredible. I don't know why I'm blanking on the movies I like. There's a large list of them. Alien is incredible. I'm trying to think of something that's a little bit more kind of meaningful. I'm really into. Really blanking right now, though. I don't know. I like a lot of movies. I'm one of those people whom I'm very interested in the process of making movies. There's certain directors that I like a lot. I work with cameras a lot. Like, I have a gimbal and whatnot that would have been used on like a lot of movie sets and whatnot. So, yeah. Recently decided to watch I watched Predator 1 recently, a couple months back. My thoughts on Predator 1 are that the first half of that movie and the second half of that movie are two completely different movies. The first half of that movie, I think it's okay. The second half of that movie is fantastic. I absolutely love the second half of Predator. The second half of Predator, where it's just Arnold and the Predator going at each other, fantastic. Love that movie. The first half, where it's like all the commandos in the jungle, not a huge fan of that. I have not watched Predator 2 or any of the other ones, though. Hulu has them. I will get around to them at some point. Lightning ball. Sure, I'll buy it off of you. Become really repetitive after Predator 1. Yeah, I kind of figured that would happen. I'm one of the very few people whom I actually don't really like Alien 2. I'm a very, very, very big fan of Alien 1. I love Alien 1. Don't think Alien 2 is actually that good. I don't really like action movies particularly. Like everybody loves Die Hard. I watched Die Hard not too long ago. I don't particularly enjoy Die Hard. It's okay. It's one of the better action movies I've seen. But I'm really not into action movies. I do like a lot of movies that have action as a subgenre point of them, though. Like Alien, I would say, is a thriller, but like there's action segments of it. I love Star Wars, and like Star Wars has action in it, but like there's a little bit more going on over that entire saga than just action. So yeah. Alright, so now we have Spirited Mend. Restore HP and reduce wounding, whether by the old gods, the new, or the pure will of man. Great faith and power beyond the mortal realm is always answered. Sacred linens. Reduce some wounding. Poultices and salves can help one recover from immediately life-threatening injuries, but divine intervention is the only way to heal the most grievous lasting wounds. Divine Will, a prayer for revitalization. A humble heart recognizes that some feats are possible only through divine strength, causes the caster to rapidly regen stamina. The idea of the other Predator movies becomes similar to the process, which shows which of them having a problem arise, problem takes effect, and then problem solved. Yeah, like, to my understanding, the Predator in Predator 2, he's, like, really a rogue kind of Predator that, like, another Predator has to come in and kind of put in his place. Because he's, like, going around doing stuff that's, like, not really within their honor code. Which, like, sounds pretty interesting, but once again, not particularly interested in watching just Predator go in and cause havoc. There's something about the... I've mentioned this so many times. Someone's gonna come through and watch these VODs one day, and they're gonna see how many times I end up coming back to the same conversational points. There's something about the relationship of hunter and prey that I find very, very interesting. It's like Alien, with like the alien chasing Ridley. Ripley, I mean. Yeah, it's Ripley, right? Ridley Scott, Ripley. Yes, Ripley. With the alien chasing Ripley. Very, very, very much into that. Love that. Love Resident Evil 3 Nemesis. The Predator overcoming the Hunter. Love that. Big fan of that. That's why I love the second half Predator, because Arnold is very, very much the underdog, and he is trying to survive this godlike entity that is trying to take him down, and just can't seem to do it. And I really, really like that. Not super into just watching the Predator cause a bunch of havoc, though. Maybe we can take on the skeletons more easily now. Man, did you see that combo? We have a combo now? Damn! Man, I don't know what it is about Souls games. The whips always get gimped. Truly shows how powerful they are. Yeah. The first Predator did an incredible job of really showing that, like, this entity is way beyond everything else that's around them. That it is a monumental task to be able to handle them. Which is very much the same thing with Alien, and it's a big reason why I don't like Alien 2, because Alien 2 just shoves a bunch of aliens in the story, and a result of doing that and having a bunch of dudes with guns going around and shooting the aliens, and for some reason a army of aliens, like, the army of aliens messes them up real bad, but it doesn't even mess them up nearly as bad as you would think based off of how insane the alien is in the first movie. So, I imagine Predator also suffers from that, where as the movies go on, the Predator seems a lot less intimidating. What the hell? What is this? We have a whole combo. What the hell? Why did the whip not have combos? We're playing a different game now. This is not the same game. Bro, I'm mad that the whip was mistreated to this extent. Alright. Under the Mind. Against Arcane. Willpower. Focus use. And fatigue. I think we'll throw that on. This is dexterity. Throw on, we'll have this on hand in case we run out of, Magicka. This is big. Arnold does defeat the Predator. Yes, Arnold manages to, very, very narrowly win, and Predator, as a very much a, like, Predator kind of laughs at this defeat, and he decides that it is time for him to activate his suicide bomb, and Arnold has to figure out very quickly that that is happening and get the hell out of Dodge. That is how that movie goes. Okay, so I think we're gonna open with. I want to change the order here. We're gonna put this here, this here. I don't even want the Flame Avatar, honestly. We're gonna put on Divine Armor. Maybe we... Oh, I don't know. Okay, so... let's open... I'm not gonna need Brave Searing this dude, so let's do that. Alright. We'll go into Divine Will, Divine Armor, Divine Weapon, jump on in, get the Flame Guardian out. Okay, do you see this massive difference in our damage? I tried to face tank and I was like, I can take 2 hits without dodging because I wanted to get my spells and stuff online again. That's fine. We have way more damage than last time. I really, really wish Whips did more. The Predator movie story does a good job telling the whole story, especially with Alien vs. Predator. I am very interested in watching Alien vs. Predator. I really like the story of Alien, so I'm a little bit concerned at the concept of meshing those 2 worlds together in like a story standpoint, but I think it's gonna be really cool to watch it. I'm looking forward to checking it out. God, that's such a huge difference from the whip. We staggered him. I've never staggered this dude with a whip. We've been playing this game on hard mode. I didn't end up watching Godzilla vs. Kong. I was somewhat interested in it, though. I've enjoyed the King Kong movies. I can't say I've really enjoyed the Godzilla movies. The one with Shin Godzilla was pretty cool. Oh my god, that combo! Woo, man, this is a deadly weapon. Watching for story's sake. Okay. Yeah, I have, whenever I'm, like, watching a series, I'll usually pull out the Wikipedia page to see what all has been made for it. I'm also aware there's a Predator comic that's really cool. I'll probably check that out at some point. I want to play the Predator video game where, like, it's like the Dead by Daylight one where you're, like, the Predator and then there's, like, players playing the humans. I own it, I just haven't had a chance to play it with anyone. Oh, whoops, I didn't mean to curse my weapon. Oh, looks like my stacking. The interesting thing about his gunshots, you can't get enough dodge inputs. Like, okay, so you go like gunshot, gunshot. You will get hit by the second shot. So seem to need a shield to not get blasted by it, which is really doing a lot of damage to us. What damage type is gun? I don't think it tells us. I'm gonna assume the gun is strike damage. That's what I'm gonna think. So we got 100%, 100%, 100, 90, 92. Let's try that out. Yeah, the delay between dodges is really rough. From what I was looking at online, there's a really big issue in the fact that this game was very much designed with shields in mind. So you kind of run into some scenarios where shields are just kind of the way to go. You can do it without shields, it's just like wasn't intended to be done that way. Oh, we get a combo move off of the whip attack here, specifically because it goes straight into sword attack, but we do get a whip combo. Not sure why we went into a downward slam there. How did that happen? Aw. Interesting. That might screw us over at some point, but probably not during this boss. Fun fact, we don't get to do it very often because of the way we use our gun. You can actually parry attacks with your gun in this game, like the way that you do attacks in Bloodborne. It does not work nearly as well as it does in Bloodborne, but it does work. Ever play an instrument? So, I own an acoustic guitar. I tried to learn it. I don't know it very well. Can't do much of anything with it. I also don't really think it's the type of instrument for me. A family member of mine has given me a little bit of lessons on piano. And piano is absolutely the instrument that I will learn before I die. I want to know how to play piano. I would also love to know how to play violin. But piano is really the one for me. Holy hell, that damage. Okay, we're down to 5 flasks before we can get the boss. That's not great. Yeah, so in Bloodborne, if you shoot an enemy right before their attack, like right when their attack is at its apex, when they're like really about to put all their energy into it, if you shoot them right then, it like staggers them, and it creates an opening for you. Unfortunately, unlike in Bloodborne when you hit them, it opens them up to what's called a visceral attack, where you go up to them and you do a huge amount of damage. Here in this game, it seems to just stagger them. Ooh. Play saxophone. Sounds pretty cool. Unless you meant to say saxophone. I don't think I'm familiar with the saxophone. Okay, we're gonna do Sacred Linens. Do that. Divine. 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 Okay, now we're gonna get in here. We're gonna summon our Flame Guardian. We want to learn Sax. Sax is really cool. how did that do chip damage? We have 100% block rate on strike. His damage type must be... It must be split. He must have 2 types of damage coming through at once. Triple trombone for the... See, I didn't... I don't like to mention this a lot, but I did not attend school for the most part, so I didn't really have opportunities to take on instruments. So like everything that I know for instruments is like either self-taught through like YouTube videos and whatnot, or like in the piano's case, I had like one family member that was nearby that could teach me a little bit about piano. I did get a little bit greedy, but it's mostly because like that fight, we really run out of resources in that fight, so I figured that it was better to just try to end it as fast as possible. Okay, we're gonna try to just run through here. Yeah, the skeletons are a lot easier with the sword because we get to get them stuck in a combo. Okay. Divine armor. Divine will. Divine blessed weapon. Cloth. Flame guardian. To an Adidas commercial. I want to see that. I love Rick and Morty commercials. Bro. I thought he's at the maximum amount to the right and I'm at the maximum amount to the left. I was like, for sure his gun will not be able to just wombo combo me from that distance. Because like, look at our gun. Look at that range. And then he hits that entire arena. Okay, I want to get a little bit lighter maybe. That's a little bit better. HCHD, change subject, lights, topic. Sorry, if you get really interested. Oh, like all my friends have ADHD, so you're good, chief. I'm quite used to it, and it really doesn't bother me. Like, even my boss has very bad ADHD, so, like, it's just normal. You don't gotta worry about it at all. And, like, if I want to continue on a subject, I'll just press the subject. I mean, I'm fine. You don't gotta worry. You Gucci. Alright. Let's just try to bait this dude away. Maybe Maybe we just shoot him. Now when I finish him off, it's like I got some salt out of it. Didn't mean to punch him. Oh my god. That's a lot of salt. I should not have played around with that guy. Oh yeah, I did find something out. So like most Souls games, if you like try to close the application when you die, the game has methods of making sure that that doesn't happen. You need to basically, you need to realize that you're going to die, and then close the application before it starts taking place if you want to try to cheese it. With this game, however, if you close the game, pretty much like, even like halfway into the death animation, the game will forget that you died, and you can just prevent the loss of salt. It is incredibly easy to negate losing your salt that way. I'm not going to do that, because no thank you. First of all, salt's not that hard to get. Second of all, it's just not really fun to watch me do that, so I'm not going to do that, but we very much could. If we ever run into a scenario where it's like an unhealthy amount of salt, we can do that. That's not going to happen, but it is an option for us. Which is going to chase? They are. Rough. It seems there's some kind of mechanic in the game. Whoop, I went off screen. Come on. Come on, model. There we go. It seems there's a mechanic in the game where once our stamina gets really low, it seems to trigger some type of event where getting the stamina back becomes quite difficult. I'm not quite sure if I understand it, but I'm seeing something unusual happen with stamina regeneration. Do I know any other languages? Sadly, no. I wanted to become a translator for Japanese to English a lot in my youth, so I tried quite a bit of that. As a VTuber, it is a great benefit to know some Japanese, so I'll probably get back into it one day. Just because, like, it's really relevant to doing this stuff. I know a tiny bit of Bulgarian, and that kind of translates to most Slavic languages, because Slavic languages tend to share a lot in common with each other. So, like, I can kind of understand a little bit of words from, like, Russian, and, like, I can understand a little bit more from, like, Bulgarian, but I would never be able to, like, have a conversation with it or anything like that. Do I know anything about other languages? Not particularly about any other languages than that, so, yeah. Oh, skeleton dude's getting close. Gangplank mantlet. Okay, let's see, let's look at that. It's heavy as hell. Okay, no thank you. The terminal. No, I have not. Tell me about it. Damn. Got a man who traveled from country and couldn't gain access to America due to his country no longer being official. There's a huge language barrier in the movie between the guy and everyone else in the first half. You should watch it. Okay, yeah, I'd be interested in that. I am very much interested in the subject of language, so that sounds interesting. A similar movie on a different level is, if you've heard of Arrival. Arrival is very interesting in the sense that it is about first contact with alien life and learning their language. He speaks Bulgarian. That's interesting. I might be able to recognize a couple of words. Bro, he was just dodge rolling on the edge of that. I want to be able to dodge roll on the edge of cliffs like that. Bro, before with the whip, I had to like bait out their attacks and all this stuff. Now with the sword, I just spam the square button. Mini D! Hello! Oh, I'm so excited to see you. Oh, hello there. I can't believe you managed to catch a stream. This is the person that I was talking about earlier, whom is a Romanian and a VTuber, and I'm really excited to have met them, and I've really enjoyed talking to them. So, this is them. Hello, Mini D. You should absolutely, absolutely check out their channel. They are amazing. I love talking to them. Really, absolutely should check them out. They're really, really great. Really. I really, really hope to be able to talk to them more. They're very, very cool. Very cool. Very cool person. I am playing Salt and Sanctuary. It is a 2D kind of Metroidvania-esque Souls-like video game. It is an indie game. It was made, I don't know, like 2015, I want to say, something like that. And we've been struggling on this pirate boy. It is pretty cool. I'd love to take off the mask my character has to show you how weird these characters look. I'll do that either after I die or after I beat this boss. Hopefully after I beat him. Okay, we're getting wombo combo pretty bad. Honestly, not even saying because you're into 14, but like this dude reminds me of the Sastasha captain that you end up fighting. Hurt. Okay, let's get a mend in. Another mend. Oh god. Alright. I might die from him shooting that in the air. Okay. Whew. Yes, the music is actually pretty good. I'm actually pretty impressed that they managed to get some really good music in this indie game. Alright, I'm gonna show you. This is what we look like. I look like a weird kind of gecko human hybrid. And like everyone looks like this in this game. It is not great. It's you look a little weird. Yeah. Alright, get the shield off. We don't use shield. We just had to do that because that boss really wanted us to use them. Alright. Let's change up our spell loadout too. Get my Ray of Searing back on. And that. And now that. And that. Yeah, it's not the greatest inventory, to be honest. It's a little bit much. Little much. Okay, we got a key. I think we got Spite Key. A bronze key, simple, safe for a ring adorned in spikes. It resembles a ship's wheel, just a bit more dangerous. Okay. What am I gonna explore now? Kind of thought this would lead somewhere. Doesn't seem to. I have an idea of what this key might go to, but I'm not exactly certain. I should really go back to the shrine, because I have a lot of salt and whatnot on me. However, let's live a little dangerous. Have either of you ever played a Souls-like game? Please don't hit me. There we go. Code Vein absolutely counts. You have no idea. Oh my god, I love Code Vein. I love Code Vein. Code Vein is absolutely a slept-on game. That game had no right being as good as it was, and I'm so mad that it had, like, I love Io as a character. She's wonderful. I really wish they did not make her breath so big, because everyone sees that game and they're like, oh, big anime booba Souls-like video game. It's just weird little anime game with big booba, and they write it off completely. But it was an actually really good game. They just really made it seem like it was a completely different type of game. Never played Dark Souls for a bit. Other than that, Hollow Knight. Yeah, Hollow Knight is definitely the Souls-like game that you have played. Hollow Knight is excellent. Hollow Knight's like on that fringe for Souls-like games where if someone wanted to argue that it's not a Souls-like, I could understand why they're doing that. Mire of Stench. Okay, so I've heard about this area. There's an area in Dark Souls that is really infamous called Blighttown, which is this really disgusting area with like a bunch of poison and everything, and apparently this area is basically that. Literally no one, absolutely no one enjoys poison areas in these types of games, so yay, we get to have one of these areas that no one likes. Also, hilarious that they put this big boy here, because literally the entrance of Blighttown has enemies just like him. Really liked it. They did. It hurt put the anime stamp on the game. Yeah. She's a great character. I really, really like her personality and like her storyline, where it goes. I mean, I was very emotional by the end of it all, but her character design really shot the game and her character in the foot. Really unfortunate that they decided to go with that approach for her design. It's not even the outfit that is like the problem, though it could have been better too. But the bust size that they gave her is insanely huge, and then on top of it they gave her these weird little wrappings that barely cover her. And I don't know if they were just doing that because they were hoping if they did that they would, sell the game to like some horny teenage boys or what, but like the rest of the game is not like that. It's not a fan service-y game, so I really don't know why they did it. Oh god, we're poisoned. Okay, antidote. Drink. There we go. I'm pretty sure that's probably the reason they did it. I mean, it's Bandai Namco. They typically make anime games out of like Dragon Ball and like Naruto and stuff, like shonen games that get video game adaptations. So I imagine that their demographic is the same demographic as a lot of shonen, which is young teenage boys. Oh, sick, we got a shrine. Okay. So in this game, we have what are called sanctuaries, and we have an allegiance to like a religion in this game. You pick one at the beginning of the game, and I picked Devara's Light. So we take out this earthen vessel, we find a shrine, and then we put the vessel here, and boom, we get the statue of Devara, whom is the goddess of light, and love, and forgiveness, and all that. It is pretty cool. It is. And so we have two currencies. We have the gold on the top that looks like cheese. That's in the bottom left. And then below it we have salt. Salt, very much so similar to like how salt has been like a religious thing. You offer the salt up at the statue and you get level up points. And you go to this massive, overwhelming skill tree. This is way too much. Look at... You would like this, though, because it's like constellations in the stars. Yeah. However, as a skill tree, it's a little bit much. It's like the sphere grid, but a lot. Yep. Okay. What upgrade do we want? Yeah, it's quite a bit. One thing that I do like that they've done is these skills have this little green text down here is like lore that's on the skill. And so, like, for example, this is Marksman 4. If I were to go through all the Marksman skills, they tell a story as you read through them. And you don't even have to unlock the skill to read it. So you could just spend like an hour or so here reading the story. So I've been reading them as we go, because I'm very interested in lore. So let's see here. Class 4 Marksman. Without hesitation, I loosened an incendiary bolt from my crossbow. The flame bolt, ignited by the crossbow's lever mechanism, tore into the woods, finding purchase somewhere just below the Gnarfield's head. The Folly Knoll Horror S20. Bolster dexterity. I arrived at our camp at the crag. I had hoped the Gnarlands would avoid the clearing of the campfire. Perhaps I had stored some herbs or an icon that would terrify the damned things. But the vile monster pursued me through the camp, tearing through tents and stumbling over bedrolls, their terrible quickness not diminishing in the slightest. The folly of Knoll Horror S30. Yep, you, so at the start of the game, you customize your little appearance. You pick a starter class. I picked Hunter. These are the Hunter's clothing. I'm still wearing them. I've been upgrading them. And then we started with a whip. And I very much wanted to do like a Belmont, like Castlevania Belmont build, because I love Castlevania. And I want more Castlevania, so this was like a method for me to get some more Castlevania in. So you have like a whip and a gun. So you're kind of like Castlevania, kind of like Bloodborne. Unfortunately, as with most Souls games, the whips are not properly scaled, so we had to transmute, which means like to change the form of our whip into this thing called a Steel Centipede. We still get a whip hit on our one-handed heavy attack. This is still a whip hit, but we like never get to use this. So now we pretty much use a sword. And unfortunately, this sword is like one of the better weapons in the game. It's really the obvious choice to go into for whips. Yeah, it is a sword. It's a sword whip. So, unfortunately, our whip has become a sword. And we barely get to use whip hits anymore, which makes me very sad, because I was really digging getting to feel like I was playing Castlevania again, but the damage just was not scaling anymore. Okay, let's hire... I don't know, who do we really even need here? Nobody, really. I guess let's get a merchant. Oh yeah, you get these little idols and you make an offering and then an NPC will show up. Funny you say that, Arctic. So a friend of mine is really against Gunblades. He's been very much one of those people that's like, Gunblades are so stupid. You know, Gunblades have a historical background, right? Like, they weren't a widely used weapon, but Gunblades do have a historical background and were used in history. They do have practical uses, and the obvious evolution of the sword gun, the Gunblade, is the attachment of a bayonet onto a weapon, which, as you know, bayonets on guns are very, very, very much a super effective tool that we still use today, though not quite as much because we don't see close combat nearly to the same level. There are indeed sword whips, though those are even more unpractical. No one really uses whips in live combat. Let's get some flintlocks. Yeah. I was really hitting that Castlevania there for a good minute. Because like we have these light vessels, which are like holy waters that you throw at people. We had our gun, we had our whip. I mean, it was real prime, vampire hunter. It was good stuff, but unfortunately for our damage to continue to scale, we had to give it up. But It is what it is. Okay. I really wish I had a guide so I could teleport to the previous shrine, because there's a hard light room back there that we didn't get to explore. So I don't think I can make that jump. So I think we're kind of stuck here. Yeah, I'd be interested in learning about that. I've seen a little bit about sword whips in history. It's really unorthodox. I think it's mostly like Middle Eastern civilizations that ever used whips in like live combat, but whips are really not suited to live combat. The developers of Castlevania specifically said that one of the reasons they were really interested in giving the Belmont's whips as their main weapon is because they're so cool and you'd never be able to use them in a practical scenario because of the type of story they were doing with Castlevania, where it's like this really, you know, tropey little like horror story that they're doing at first with Dracula and all of this. They were like, this is the perfect time to give this person a whip because they're fighting completely inhuman entities and all that. Arumi. Oh, you can get the Arumi in Elden Ring. Yep. Malaysian Arumi. Sin Halis. Ithenu Kadua Hindi Ara is a sword with a flexible whip-like blade originating in modern-day Kerala in the Indian subcontinent. Very, very cool. Yeah, you can get it in Elden Ring. That's oh wow. Oh. Oh, this isn't death. Oh, this is poison. Oh. Oh dear. Okay, so the water's not death. I was really expecting that that would just be a bottomless pit we die in. However, it is poison. Wow, that poison's really killing us. Yeah, I'm really hoping that Beastmaster gets added to Final Fantasy XIV, and that they use whips, because it's the perfect weapon for them to use. However, my only concern with adding whips as a weapon type in Final Fantasy XIV, people are going to be really, really weird about it, because people see whips and they instantly start going into kinky territory with it, so people are going to be really, really weird with it. But I'm willing to handle that so that I can get my whips in Final Fantasy XIV and do Belmont cosplays and stuff like that. Oh, it'll absolutely be a limited job. There's absolutely no way you do Beastmaster as a non-limited job. This little windmill thing, we have this exact thing in Blighttown and Dark Souls. Oh, jeez. Oh, damn. Yeah, I can already see the adventure plates people are gonna do. It's gonna be something. The RP community is gonna have a field day with having whips in the game. And I'm gonna stay as far away from that as possible. Yeah, I died. It's fine. I play so many Souls games that, like, even when I die and, like, die twice in a row and lose all my resources, it really doesn't affect me anymore. Which was very surprising, I think, for a lot of people that, like, watch me play Hollow Knight and whatnot. Because whenever you're new to Souls games, it really stings when you lose a lot of, like, resources and whatnot. But I'm just so numb to it. It doesn't do anything to me anymore. I can lose hours worth of resources, and it does not affect me. Before, though, when I was, like, new to Souls games, and I've asked other people about this that are new to Souls games, you might have experienced this in Code Vein a little bit. When you lose your resources and you get that empty feeling in, like, the bottom of your stomach, it's that feeling of, like, oh no, I just lost so much. And, like, I don't, like, you feel sick. That's why you don't play Souls games. You don't nerf for them. It's really something you build. The stories are really quite lovely. If you like Final Fantasy story, there's honestly some similar story beats in a lot of the Souls games. They're really quite wonderful. I think the perfect game for you in terms of Souls would be Bloodborne. Bloodborne is beautiful. The lore is incredible. There's all kinds of historical backgrounds, eldritch horror. There's an entire area called the Vile Bloods, which are essentially vampires, and you go into this beautiful vampire castle with like gargoyles and stuff. Oh my god, I love it. Yeah. I mean, Bloodborne's great. I really hope it comes to PC, so that like you can play it, and other people that don't have ability to play it. I don't know if you have a PlayStation or not, but I'm just assuming that you don't. Oh boy. I don't like this enemy. That enemy is gross. I have to play it, but watching someone else play it. Well, I've played it many, many times, but if you want, I could do a playthrough of it. But yeah, it's great. Oh boy. Oh boy, we're getting chased. Oh boy. Damn. Okay, we need to use our gun a little bit, kind of coat them out. I wasn't aware of just how much they could overwhelm us there. If you did ever decide to play it, though, the game has a summoning feature similar to how Code Vein has it. It works a little bit better than it does in Code Vein. But you can summon another player in and essentially play the game co-op. I've played through the game many times with other people, helping them through the game. I play so much Souls games that, like, you know, I can tell you where practically every item is in the game. So I really enjoy playing through the game with someone. So if you did ever change your mind and wanted to play it, absolutely, literally any time if you're choosing, I could absolutely help you through the game and very much enjoy myself. So that is always an option to you. Oh boy, please don't combo me to death. There we go. Will you be streaming today? Keep it in mind. Okay. That is good. Got a bag of salt here. Sick. You gonna be streaming more 14 or House Flipper or what? You're waking up now. Well, good morning. Most likely 14. Okay. I'll definitely be tuning in for that. I just talked about Bloodborne. You didn't really miss a whole lot. Unless you're interested in hearing me talk about Bloodborne, and then you missed a little bit of something. Oh, there are invisible enemies here. What's going on there? Hang on. What is that? What is that? What is that effect? That's weird. I thought there was like an invisible enemy or something. Interested in literally anything. Well, if you have questions about Bloodborne, just ask them. I can answer basically all of them. Cry symbol with the Moogle event. Yeah, the Moogle grind is real. I can tell you the history of cheese. Well, I actually know a little bit about the history of cheese, but I would rather not give a history lesson on cheese. Yeah, it's like blood splatter coming through. Oh, it's that cultist. He's throwing a grenade in there because he sees me down here, but he can't hit me. Alright, we're gonna buff ourselves a little. And I'm gonna put down this little flame guardian. He's gonna throw grenades at me because he's a jerk. I'm gonna put this on. I'm gonna take damage apparently, because I'm bad. And then I'm gonna Ray of Searing these. Okay, man, Ray of Searing's kind of falling off. It's kind of falling off. Yeah, see, we just lost like a ton of salt. I don't care. It doesn't really affect me that much. Oh. Yeah, this game has like a mechanic where you grab the ledges. Sometimes it doesn't work, and so you kind of end up just falling. It's kind of an effect of it being an indie game. There's also a sequel to this game, to my understanding, called Salt and Sacrifice. I am interested to check that out at some point. But definitely the next game that we're doing on the channel that I am so excited for is Ender Lilies. I don't know if you've seen Ender Lilies. If you like Google image a picture of Ender Lilies, that game is beautiful. It's so pretty, and the music is so somber, and like I don't know fully what's going on in the game, but it seems to be you play as a little girl, and I think she's like royalty, and her kingdom is fallen, which is very much aligning with the lore that I have for my VTuber stuff that I'm writing up. So I'm very interested in that. And you don't actually attack in Ender Lilies. You have these essentially servants that you have attack for you. They're like simulacrums of like dead characters and whatnot. So like when you beat a boss, you unlock a kind of like servant version of them that will allow you to do attacks based off of the attacks that the boss used to have that you beat. And as you go through the game, you'll get more and more of these, and it's got like really deep lore and whatnot. I'm so interested to play it. Okay, so let's buff our weapon, buff ourselves, put on flame orbiters, and then we're gonna go hit this bug. Yeah, it looks real pretty. I'm very, very interested in it. Oh, we like two-shot him. Got so many knife boys. Got this little Naruto convention down here. Bunch of items though. Oh, I'm still poisoned. Okay. I love the wall bounce in this game. I want more games to have wall bounces. Ooh. Ever since I was little, I played Ratchet and Clank. There's something so comforting about... Well, that's unfortunate. There's something so comforting about wall bounces, because in Ratchet and Clank you do a bunch of wall bounces. I really love doing them. But it's kind of a dead feature. You don't really see them in games these days. I guess because it is a little bit silly to like jump from wall to wall. It is rooted in like parkour though. Like you do a little bit of wall jumping in active parkour, but I mean you're only getting about 3 or 4 walls that you're jumping back and forth on. You're definitely not doing that we're doing. Yeah, it was a big fall. I'm just gonna use a gun on him. Yeah. The only issue with using the gun is I have to buy the ammo for it, so kind of a limited resource for it. Yep, got a gun. I also have a crossbow I can use, but the gun's a little bit better. That red candelabra signifies there's a boss there, so that's something for me to keep in mind. That's bad, that's bad, that's bad. Stop grabbing me. We're about to die. Ooh. That's rough. Yikes. Yeah, you could find like 3 of those enemies earlier in the game, like really early on, and they gave really good salt if you killed them. But yeah, if they grab you and the other guys start throwing those bottles of whatever they are at you, you're pretty screwed. Because they just hold you in place while the others throw that stuff at you, and it really messes you up. There we go. Yeah. It just, I don't know, it just doesn't really get me that bad anymore. It's just kind of part of the game now. I'm pretty used to Souls games, so honestly I don't usually die quite this much. Like when I played through Elden Ring, when that came out recently, let's see, how many? I probably could have counted, like I probably could have kept count of my deaths in Elden Ring by the time that I had 100% of the game. I did not have a lot of deaths in Elden Ring. Salt and Sanctuary, because it's an indie game, and like, you know, just the kind of the format that it is, like being 2D and all that, I have a lot more deaths on. Because I'm not really as good at it as I am with like a 3D game, where I can move around freely in a 3D space. But yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty good about pushing forward. It's very rare that I get frustrated with games. I have gotten a little bit frustrated with Hollow Knight, actually, which has been very surprising. That's mostly because there's a certain boss that I really despise in Hollow Knight, so I've gotten a little frustrated with it. But I learned from a very young age to, like, not get super frustrated at games. I've told this story before, but when I was little, I was playing Kingdom Hearts, because it's my favorite game ever, and I played it a lot when I was little. I came across a secret boss that I thought was mandatory to complete the story, and this is called the Phantom, and he is a phantom-like entity that guards over Big Ben in the Peter Pan world. He is very difficult for new players, and requires some pretty good hand-eye coordination, of which I did not have much of. So I would get really frustrated on it, and my mother would be around, and when I was little, and my mother was around, and I'd lose on the boss, you know, I would snap, because I would get frustrated at the boss, and, like, I would yell at her, because, like, she would, like, walk in front of the screen or whatever, and I'd be like, oh my god, you made me lose, and all that, and I got really mad. I got really upset, and I felt really bad, that it hurt her feelings when I would yell at her and whatnot, and she told me that, you know, if the game is frustrating me like that, that I need to step away from it, take a breather, take a break from it and all that, understand that, you know, it's just a game, you know, and even if the game's special to you and all that, you shouldn't let it affect you in that way. And I don't necessarily think everyone needs to think about it that way, but it's just kind of always made it where I very, very rarely get frustrated at games. I do, however, get frustrated at teammates quite easily. So, like, on like Final Fantasy XIV, for example, I do get frustrated at, like, other players in 14 easily. But very rarely do I, like, get hit by an AoE. I, like, get upset by it. Watched a video regarding Elden Ring because you're interested in it. Let's see the final boss. Yes. Absolutely. That final boss is so good. I'm not sure which phase of the final boss you saw, or if it was both phases. I'm particularly fond of the first phase. The music in there, when you walk into that room, they have a special rendition of the main theme that plays. I have never seen the opening notes for a boss theme set the stage quite so well in the way that it matches the, I want to say cinematography. I understand it's a game, so like cinematography is not really an apt term here. Oh no, not again! happen again. Yeah, just the way that they set it up, the way that he like slowly gets up off the ground. Oh my god, it's so good. Yeah, it's so pretty. The second phase too, the music becomes so serene. As a Dark Souls fan, I'm very much, you know, fond of Dark Souls more than Elden Ring. And they're not officially connected in any way. And most people would say that theorizing any connection between them is pointless or silly. However, when that final boss comes on screen in Elden Ring, you see a bunch of trees all lining the distance as you're like walking on this like water area, and it starts hitting these really serene notes in music. In Dark Souls, there's these things called world trees, and they're these giant trees from underneath everything, and they've been there since primordial time itself. They predate even the ancient dragons that existed everlasting in the world of Granblade. And very much so, when you encounter them, you go into this underwater, or this under area where you like walk on water, and these trees are stretching out into seemingly endless space above them, and it's like this mirror effect that's going on, and very serene music plays. And that music sounds so similar in Elden Ring to the music that plays in Dark Souls as well. So I have to believe there's some connection there. And when I was going through the game at the time, I certainly very much so was like, this is a connection. This is how the two tie into each other, and it made it even better for me. Okay, trying to remember. Okay, so I died over to the right there. Come here, bug boy. Okay. It's a bit of a fringe theory, really, because, and I've very much been one of those people that, people have tried to connect, like, Demon Souls and Bloodborne to Dark Souls and all that, and I haven't found any of the evidence very convincing. Like, most of the evidence that people say for Bloodborne being connected to Dark Souls is that whenever you go through one of the areas in the game called the Pthumerian Dungeons, you can find armored corpses from like a medieval time period, and those armored corpses look really similar to the ones found in Demon Souls and some of the armors that you can find in Dark Souls, and people take that and they're like, oh, they must be connected. However, the armor that you see is a Flute Knight armor, which is a very common armor in history. Also, Bloodborne is in a Victorian age, and presumably they would have had armored characters at some point in time, so I find that to be a bit of a stretch. Whereas the world trees, you don't see gigantic trees that stretch into everything in the world of, like, our world and whatnot, so they're kind of a pretty unique thing. Venomous Blade. Ooh, that's good. We can put poison on our weapon now. Venomous Blade, call forth the sky of Bog to infuse your weapon with vile poison. Gone war, the filthy's mad ranting filled the pages of the Codex of the Maleficent. The Venomous Blade incantation was actually cleverly hidden in the code spread between musings on singing with one's mouth full on I'm not saying that last part. Alright. Interesting. Yeah, armor's pretty common. You don't really find armor sets that you can wear in Bloodborne for the most part. There's one, which you find in that vampire area that I mentioned. It's called the Canehurst set, and it's like themed after like the knights that are in Canehurst, which is that castle. but other than that, there's like no armor in that game. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't find... Like, Cthulhu as well, it's like an ancient civilization. You're literally going into the under ruins beneath the civilization. So, and also, being that it's a Victorian age area, very much based off of Victorian England, England is literally built on top of the ruins of civilizations that used to be there. You know, like, all of their historical, you know, townships and villages and all that, like, they built on top of what was there. So, it's kind of just staying in the theme of, oh no, not again! Yeah, it's kind of just staying in theme. There we go. Alright, let's try not... There we go. There's like a trap right there, that little string. So I was trying not to hit that. Okay, I'm curious what's up here to the right. That's most of... It's most of Europe, really, that does that, to my understanding. I mean, when you have civilizations that... Does this really not lead to anything? Okay, so that's just a way to get me to die. When you have civilizations that old, I mean, you just kind of end up building on the ruins. To my understanding, that's how it is, at least. Oh boy. Alright, we're whipping out the crossbow. I don't care about that item. This strategy right here, this is how you get through a lot of Souls games. A lot of people, for some reason, have an aversion to doing this. I met so many... Yeah, I hate these insects. I met so many people that, they really don't like that I use, like, a bow in Elden Ring and whatnot. And, like, I use it in Dark Souls as well. Using a bow or a type of ranged projectile in these types of games is really insanely good because you get to pull enemies out from a group of mobs without taking on the whole thing. Holy hell, it's Koruma! Oh my god. This right here, this boy right here, he is the King of Diamonds. He is among my group for Altera Vita. He is a member of the Quartet. He is, you know, one of four, as Quartet would imply. So he's the King of Diamonds. We have a Queen of Spades, King of Clubs, and King of Hearts, me. Yeah, he is the King of Diamonds. He is also a very, very pretty pink-haired boy. Very sexy boy. However, he's also very shy, so he's not gonna be as suave as his character might look, but he is certainly a sexy boy. Oh boy. Play Souls game, good thing. You kind of can. Elden Ring, you very much can. You can do all of Elden Ring without ever having to use melee. You'll have to plan it out. Like, you would kind of need some knowledge of, like, how to make it work. But you can do it. I've watched people do playthroughs of Elden Ring where they very much have, like, done, like, a whole bow build and everything. It is quite doable. And it is actually quite effective. If you ever play Elden Ring, I can help you set that up easy. Okay, let's see here. Whoop. want to get to that room we opened up. So, give me my crossbow. And I can't break these, right? No, I cannot. Where'd he go? Okay, he's above me. Ow. I don't know why they're like T-Rex skulls, honestly. I think they're supposed to be like lizards, but they look like T-Rexes. You do see similar designs to this in like a lot of like rainforest stuff, but they're always like lizards. These are a little bit more T-Rex looking though. I swear to God, if the boss in this area is a T-Rex, that's gonna be something. Come here, bow boy. I can't believe I'm hitting these shots. I'm having to do this on like an analog stick. It's very awkward. Okay. Can I hit him through this wall? Yes. The arms. Yeah. That reminds me of that scene in Meet the Robinsons. The poor little arms. Can't reach anything. So I don't think I can get to any of this stuff. I know we get a high jump at some point in the game, so we probably have to get that before we can get to those items. Ow. Come on. Ouch. Yeah. Yeah, I've gotten hit by a couple of those traps in the game. They're pretty rough. Oh! Oh! Hi there. Well, that... Man, he looks a lot like a Blasphemy in, like, the end of days. Oh boy. Alright, I don't think I'm ready to take him on yet. So I'm gonna go back to the shrine, and then we'll head back over here, because I don't want to give him all of my salt. Oh, this took me back to E. I was hoping to go back to the actual sanctuary. I have an item for that, though. Oh no, this is gonna take me specifically to one that has a guide. Well, damn. Okay. One good thing, because we were doing the Belmont stuff, I very much have a lot of, like, holy damage and, like, prayers. So I think from his appearance, he looks like he's probably going to be weak to holy damage, because he looks like a really dark entity. However, he might also poison us. Oh dear. I don't know how I managed to pull this off. I need my gun back, though. No! Okay. That's one thing about Souls games, is opening your inventory mid-combat is so scary. We saw what the boss looks like, and it's horrifying. Gotta stop by it. It's very important Lefrogue. Thank you. Thank you, Kurama. I appreciate Lefrogue. Or as they say, Lefroge. Alright, please. The stench most foul. He's definitely gonna poison us. You are the most disturbing boss I've seen in this game so far. God, he has that attack. Okay, I can kill the heads at least. Okay. He's not that bad, actually. Like, he's easier than the pirate. Yeah, I took him down first try. He's not that bad. He's just really spooky. Stupid heads are still here, though. There you go. Yeah, went pretty well. Let's, I'm very curious about him. I wanna check him out in the bestiary. Wait, who's this? Oh yeah, this is the Mimic. A ravenous tentacle kraken, the Mimikyu, experts of camouflage capable of convincingly disguising themselves as a variety of inanimate objects. Unfortunately, the Mimikyu on this island learned fairly quickly that mimicking an enticing chest is surely the way to get fed. Yeah, something about it is definitely familiar. It reminds me of the Blasphemies in 14. Where is he? That stench most foul. Here we go. Putrescent lord of the mire of stench, this hideous foul creature is said to have emerged from an alchemical experiment, once conducted by a woods wraith alchemist, with more ambition than caution. The creature was small at first, but upon eating its creator, not only did it grow, but it learned of its love of human flesh. That's cool. I was expecting something a little bit more grand, but it makes sense. Yeah, it kind of comes with the territory of Souls-like games. They're often very, very morbid. That's something that I really like about them, is that when you create a really dark, morbid world, you know, something truly bleak, and then you put messages of hope in it, it really resonates. Mossy Ring, a polished wooden ring adorned in a plain moss. Its gemstone is said to link the life of the forest to the will of its wearer. Increased stamina regeneration rate. I'm putting that on immediately. Oh yeah, we'll take a look at them here in a second. I haven't really had a chance to admire them. Yeah, we started with this grass ring, faithful, the bandaged ring, which is a little bit weird. Conduit. What's my favorite ring here? I do like the mending ring. And the relentless ring. Let me... Yeah. I like the Relentless ring. Salt Seeker's also really cool. Probably, I think my favorite's probably Salt Seeker. Second place, probably Relentless, and then Mending. In terms of aesthetics. This one's also very pretty. Even though its name is not. Relentless is indeed an aesthetic. I mean, this is, you know, I mean, this is me. So, here, let me, real quickly, let me do that. And like, I mean, look at my belts here. You can kind of get an idea that that's a little bit in my aesthetic. All right. Yeah. Here, let me go back real quick. One thing I told people about this recently. One thing that a lot of people don't notice: my eyes are based off of sunsets. I also have little earrings. I want to get these earrings IRL. I have pierced ears. I really enjoy wearing nice earrings. I really enjoy earrings. I would love to get these little black rose earrings made as like merch. Oh, that'd be so cool. Oh, I hope we get to do that. I have this little emblem on my right side here. It's like a little shield with a heart on it, and then it's got like that little red splatter on it, because I've incorporated the concept, because like I'm like themed off of the Queen of Hearts Mouse in Wonderland, so it's got like a little blood splatter on it from like, you can see like the scar on my neck of when I was beheaded. So like, yeah, the roses were painted red with like blood. So that's like the idea of what's going on there with the emblem. It's really cool. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. Gonna have to dip. Your eyes are getting heavy. Okay. You rest well, Arctic. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate how much you've been here. It means a lot to me. You have a really good rest, though. Hey, stranger. You're like me, aren't you? You hunt monsters for their salt, don't you? Yes. That's what I thought. My hunt led me to this mire. Through that cave is a blocked passage. I recognize the barrier, though. It's called Redshift. There's a brand that allows its owner to cut through Redshift with a torchlight. It is a secret guarded closely by us Bloodbrows, but these are extenuating circumstances. Would you like the brand? Yes. Very good. Your hand, then. Ouchie. See with the eyes of a hunter. Yeah, Bloodbrows. I imagine they do. You probably can find like item pieces and learn their backstory a little bit more. That's typically how the Souls games do it, is like you'll find little items, you'll read the item descriptions, and then you'll kind of start to put together the story. I also wouldn't be surprised if maybe some of those stories that the skill points have are describing something to do with the Bloodbrows. Typically by the end of a Souls game, you have kind of put together this narrative in your mind based off of the backstories that you've read through items. So the reason that we have item descriptions to tell a story, Hidetaka Miyazaki, whom was the director of Demon Souls and the director of Dark Souls, when he was little, he had these fantasy books that were written in English, and him as a native Japanese speaker when he was little, he couldn't fully understand them. And so when he was reading through the books and he could only understand bits of the story, he had to fill in the gaps with his imagination, and it made for this really unique experience of him getting these little pieces of the story scattered throughout the book and trying to put the pieces together himself and learning more as he interacted with it. And he wanted to bring that into the games of Demon Souls and Dark Souls, and so we have the item descriptions, and we stitch the story together ourselves by finding these little pieces. and then theorizing on like filling in the gaps on like how did this happen. For example, in Elden Ring, Marika is the architect of one of the events that happens in the game, and through a lot of the game we think that she's really upset about it, that like she's vengeful about it, but you find out that she was kind of behind what led to it, so you kind of have to speculate on why she did it. Was she truly remorseful about it? You know, all these different things that you do. Yeah, it's a really simple concept that makes for an extremely unique experience. That's why there was a YouTuber who I really liked for quite a while. I'm not going to name him, but when Elden Ring came out, they had some really choice words about it, and they were saying that it is objectively bad due to the way that it tells a story, and that they would know because they've written books. I also have to note that his book is not sold very well. I mean, just putting that out there. But they were very much like, Elden Ring is objectively bad because it does not tell its story correctly. You are supposed to tell your story in this way. And hardcore fans of the Souls games were very much like, hey, maybe don't say that. We're kind of scared now that the game's getting really popular that we're going to have this thing that we love is going to be changed in a way that we don't like it, because like this is really special to us, and like Souls games are the only place that we can get this type of storytelling. Exactly. Just because you write books does not automatically make you a good writer. It also, even if you're a good writer, does not make you an authority on the way that things should be written. Like, George R. R. Martin, fantastic writer. If George R. R. Martin came out and was like, oh, I don't really like the way that Elden Ring tells its story. Okay. Oh, well. It's like, clearly some people do. Otherwise, me and like other Souls game fans wouldn't be so deeply moved by their storylines. My people created Redshift Barrier centuries ago to contain beasts. We were hunters of nightmares. Ooh, that's interesting. Beastly thralls, possessed animals, demonic spirits. We sometimes captured our quarry to be held in prisons of Redshift. The island is full of Redshift barriers, but I didn't place them. I don't know how to build Redshift. I don't know anyone that does anymore. The secret died generations ago. The island draws people from so many places and times. A fellow Redbrow must have been here from centuries ago. Hunt fiercely, friend. That's interesting. That's taking, like, if you find that interesting, you'll find Bloodborne interesting. I'm really enamored by the concept of dreams. Bloodborne goes really ham in, like, dreams and nightmares, because it's linked to Eldritch horror and the mind, the Eldritch experience, the trying to cope with the unknowable darkness out in space and these entities that would like break your mind to fully understand. Like that very much reaches into the realm of dream and nightmares, and like its connection with psychology and like the amygdala of the brain, and all these different things. Oh my god, so many interesting concepts. Every writer has their own style. No one should come in and be like, change that because I don't like it. Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, there are stories that people absolutely adore that, you know, they don't resonate with me, but they're certainly making a resonance with other people. And I can very much say that, you know, I don't like it this way. I think it would have been better to do it this other way, but, like, I can't say it is objectively bad and that I am an authority to know better, which is really the issue that I took up with that YouTuber saying that. It wasn't that he didn't like it. It was that he, word for word, said it is objectively bad, and that he would know. There were also follow-up videos from like Souls fans that were very much not even attacking him, but just saying like, hey, I don't think you really get it. Here's my case for like why the storytelling is good, and like he mentioned like all these things about like how Elden Ring doesn't give you the story properly, and like people broke down like if you literally turned left here, you would have been given this massive lore dump, and you know, all these different claims. And the YouTuber basically came back and made a response video where he very disrespectfully called the person that made a response video a stupid child, and that, like, you know, they didn't know what they were talking about and they were being petulant. So, yeah. Very rude, very bad stuff. Scientific information. But sometimes dreams are so strange you just can't explain. Yeah, yeah. I imagine that you, as someone that has an interest in the occult and the arcane and like the kind of like lore of that, I imagine that it would be quite interesting for you to learn about like the different ways that people interpret dreams and stuff. My mother very much got into that for a while too. A lot of cultures do that, especially like Native Americans have all kinds of different ways that they derive meanings and messages from their dreams that are very, very interesting. That's the thing in your country? Oh, it's so cool. I would be super interested to hear more about that sometime. Ooh. Okay, I think I'm poisoned. Yeah, I'm poisoned. We're kind of running low on antidotes. It means news. That's interesting. It's probably an Eastern European thing. My Bulgarian friend very much. She had mentioned something similar, I think, once or twice before. I don't remember it quite well, but I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of Eastern European countries kind of have that as a through point. Then I never really thought about that. So people believe that when they have a dream, they pretty much go ahead and try to interpret it. Yes, yes. I've seen that a lot firsthand. I've had quite a lot of recurring dreams. I've also had some very unpleasant experience with dreams. Like, I've experienced sleep paralysis a couple times. I've had some lucid dreams. I had a really bad stunt of time where my dreams were so realistic to the point that when I was awake, I couldn't tell if I was awake or not for such a long stretch of time, because I would have very big stretches in my dream where I would have, you know, pain, smell, touch, all these sensations, and think I was awake. And then I would get very far into like the day, and then I would wake up or go into another layer of a dream, and it was very frightening. Doesn't work for you because your dreams are not exactly normal. My dreams are not normal at all. I would very much relate to that. I also have a lot of really bad nightmares, so yeah. There was a point in my life where I was very concerned about the dreams that I was having and thought they reflected on me in some way. It was very important to learn that they do not reflect on me as a person. Redshift brand, a word of power carried in a brand. Bearing this brand grants its owner the power over matter. Wearing this brand to imbue your torch with a light, allowing you to pass through the red arcane obstructs known as Redshift. Oh. There we go. You know that feeling? Yeah. Yeah, how they say that you dream about things you experience in life or consciously or not. Yeah, I've heard people say that. Oh. There's a secret here. Just kind of happened upon it. Yeah. Stardust Spire. That sounds cool. Stardust Spire. The finely polished head of this ornate spear was cut from the large shockstone cluster by one of Markdor's master craftsmen. It has been elaborately carved to evoke the continent's snow-capped mountain peaks, whose mines provide only known source of this coveted piezoelectric crystal. Okay, so it's an electric weapon. Yeah, it does lightning damage. That's cool. For me, it's more like I see something in real life that never shows up the next stream. Yeah. Yeah, same. Yes, a name can very much be pretty. It is a very pretty name. I completely agree. Okay, this is quite an expansive secret area. I'm starting to think this is not so secret. What the hell is that? Okay. I'm gonna put the lamp on. He did a lot of damage to me. Do that. A little bit of that. A little bit of that. A little bit of that. Come here, buddy. Alright. This other one. I like this anglerfish thing they're going for. Yes, I completely agree. I really like that trope of like characters that can tell the future through dreams as like a writing thing. I think that's super cool and interesting. I don't think that happens in real life though. Well, that's a big boy. Oh my god. That is Big Chungus. Where'd my light go? Alright, I'm gonna cast a spell. Very hard for you to believe that someone dreams their future. Absolutely. Absolutely. I've heard people say it a lot too. Yeah, it's a really interesting concept to play around with as long as it's grounded in fantasy. Okay. We're gonna... Gun. 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 Sword. Ouch. Gun. Yeah, we got him. We barely got anything out of him. Don't believe in predicting the future. Yeah. Yeah, I really don't think anyone can predict the future. Mm-hmm. Whoa! I guess it's really fun to think of like fortune teller stuff in fiction and all that. My mother, I love my mother, but she very much so was like scared because like for a lot of reasons, but one reason was when I was before I was born, like a fortune teller had like foretold that like I would die doing something really dangerous at a young age, and that very much scared the hell out of her. And then, to make matters worse, she's gone to multiple fortune tellers that have told her that same thing, so yeah, kind of just kept compounding and made her even more and more protective as time went on. Yep, more of those angler boys. Oh, it's this area. Okay, this is where I wanted to come back to explore, so that's good that this loops back. I think some of them were tarot, some of them were tarot. I don't know how to say it exactly. Some of them were card readers, some of them were like, you know, your crystal ball and all kinds of stuff like that. I think some of them were like doing it off of like stars. I don't know. She's gone to a lot of them. I typically don't like to hear about it because I find it really bothersome. Especially because, you know, it's made her super overprotective. But, you know, I understand. I mean, if I believed in that stuff, I would find it really scary too. But, good for me, because I don't. So, I can separate reality from fiction. But, yeah. There we go. Red hair charm, a simple charm of soft red fur taken from a baby aurochs. Aurochs are fiercely protective of their young, and successfully collecting the fur of a baby aurochs requires a particular combination of bravery and foolishness. Greatly amplifies attack power when the wielder is near death. These are a staple in... Oh, hey, Pluto! I'm not sure if Sho told you, but you scared the hell out of me last night. I was playing with my OBS, trying to see if I could handle House Flipper now, so that I could stream it, which the answer is actually yes. I can handle House Flipper. I'll probably do a House Flipper stream at some point. I was playing with it. Yeah, you sent a follow while I was playing with it. I wasn't live, and I was like, oh. Scared the hell out of me. I thought I went live without knowing, and that I had just been sitting there, like, making sounds while live. This is a bit of a thing within that community. There are some specific cards that can indicate such things that people take the meaning instead of considering the other option. Yeah. Yes, I want to stream House Flipper very badly. The only issue with me streaming House Flipper is there are going to be some frame drops. A friend of mine is sending me some computer parts, and then I need to get them installed. After that, I should not have any frame drops, but if I stream it now, I will have some frame drops. But I mulled it over, and I think that House Flipper is not really the type of game that I would mind watching someone have frame drops. Like, it's kind of such a chill vibe that I'm just kind of here to see them, like, generally decorate the house and chat with them, so I don't think it'll actually be that big a deal if I have some frame drops while playing it. Pluto, is Sho still live, by the way? Oh, he looks like he's gonna mess me up. Oh boy. Hey there, Horseman. How you doing? That's when frame drops happen 100%. Oh boy. Oh boy. Some buffering trouble. Well, that's ironic, because, I mean, we're just talking about frame drops and whatnot. Sorry to hear that they're having technical issues. I don't know what it is about VTubing. It seems like it just kind of comes with the territory that you will always experience scuff. Even, you know, even corporate VTubers have all kinds of scuff they have to deal with. Oh, this guy's nothing. Alright, let's hit him with the Cloud Strike up B. that's a message in a bottle. Okay, he's not nothing. He's actually quite something. He's not as bad as I thought he'd be. No, usually, so, because you stream so late for me, I'm usually watching on mobile, so if you had frame drops, they'd be so, like, the screen's kind of small for me that I probably wouldn't notice them. I'm also just not particularly observant when I'm, like, laying in bed. So I very doubtfully would notice them. I mean, I would know if I noticed them. I have not noticed them. Ouch. Oh, we got him. Did you drop anything? No. No, you didn't. Why does nothing ever drop anything good in this game? Yeah, from what I looked into, because I was trying to see if it was just me, or if something else was going wrong with why my house flipper was lagging. It seems that the game's not really well optimized for, like, computers and whatnot. So, I think that, pretty much everyone experiences some frame drops, no matter how good your rig is. And my rig is definitely not good. Rotten Raider's ear. Okay, so that's Game of Thrones upstairs. Wow. Yeah, I don't know why it's so hard to find games that are well optimized. Like, Overwatch. Overwatch, when it released, ran really well. As updates kept coming out, it got so poorly optimized. And I have an AMD, and AMD does not work well with Overwatch at all. I had to roll back my drivers at one point just so that I could continue playing Overwatch back in, like, Season 8, I want to say. Reminds you of Diablo. Oh man, I love Diablo. I will absolutely 100% be playing through all the Diablo games on this channel at some point. I don't know when we'll get to that, but I really want to do that. I also think you're the second person to point that out, so yeah, I think you're really onto something. I played through Diablo 3 as Necromancer. I really enjoyed that, but I think I did that when I was playing with a friend. I think for most solo Diablo playthroughs, I'll probably be going through as Paladin. Yeah, Necromancer was so fun. Yeah, I had a wizard friend who was playing with me, so she would, like, blast them with the laser beams, and I would, like, resurrect the corpses and make them explode. It was so fun. Diablo is such a cool game to play co-op. Hearty roll. Like sweet rolls? Hearty roll. A baked roll. It remains warm long after it should have cooled. Eat it to restore some HP. Alright. Can I upgrade my whip? No. What about my gun? No. Can I upgrade my gloves, though? I also have the giant meatball. So my only issue with the meatball is that his squishy sounds are so loud, so the whole time you're running through, it's just these wet sounds just splashing all over the place. I'm not gonna say what it sounds like, but it sounds a lot like something just constantly happening in your ear. It's quite some. Ooh, Defender's Ring. Where is it? I like this ring. Defender's ring, a heavy iron ring. It seems somehow more solid than metal. It's certainly heavier than it should be. Increase your defense to strike attacks. That would have been so good for the pirate. Knife. There we go. Oh, I don't think I can... I can't reach. Oh! Well, accidents happen. Oh my god, I lost so much gold. Whoa. It honestly looks like some pretty good bread. I don't know, is this bread Romanian approved? D? Do you approve of this hearty roll? Reminds me a little bit of like a bread bowl. Yes, alright. That's the biggest seal of approval we can get right there. I get these really nice, the name is so unpleasant, but I get these beer and cheese soups from, oh, the salt monster's not here. I get these beer and cheese soups from a local restaurant, and they use those really nice bread bowls, and oh, they're so pleasant. I'm probably going to be taking up a part-time job at the Renaissance Festival here soon to get some extra money, and they have so good soups and bread bowls there. Oh my god, I love Renaissance Festival food. Make bread at home. I'm not super good at baking. I'm really good at like every other aspect of cooking, but since baking is kind of like a science, you need to be like precise with measuring most of the time. I tend not to be very good at baking. Yeah, bread bowls are so good. Like I mentioned, I don't really measure anything. So like whenever you kind of have to measure for like really precise baking. So kind of run into issues there. You like baking brownies, huh? Nice. I like a really soft, kind of like fudgy brownie. Because I really don't like dry foods. So like I don't typically like cake because I find that cake is usually really dry, and like you can get really moist, luxurious cake, but I find that like 90% of like white cakes are so dry and like difficult for me to chew through. Like I don't like pancakes. I'm one of very few people that I do not like pancakes because I find that like halfway through chewing through a pancake, I'm very tired of it. So I like a really moist, delicious, you know, something with a lot of flavor soaked into it, like a what do they call it? Like a tiramisu cake, like soaked with like a really nice rum. Oh, wonderful! Those are great. I like cheesecake a lot. I hate baked cheesecake typically, but I really like non-baked cheesecake. Yeah, tiramisu is really good. Safe passage round the bay. Do we venture east, friend? Sure. Round we go. Story about pancakes. Pancakes, U.S. Nazi. Ooh, I'd be very interested to see your pancakes then, because I'm not a fan of American ones. The Far Beach. Hello, friend. A lot of wrecked ships here. Pretty sure I'll be able to scrap something together here. Thanks for keeping me company, friend. I'd take you with me if I could promise a safe journey, but I can't, so I won't. Besides, you've got a lady to find, be it a princess or a slave. For context there, we came to this island with a princess on a boat, and then we were attacked on that boat, and we've been looking for the princess. Like a crepe? Well, I happen to be quite a fan of crepes. I very, very much adore them. The first time I had a crepe was in Bulgaria. I imagine that they are at least somewhat similar to yours there. I find them to be absolutely wonderful. Common jam, yeah. We had nice jams in the crepes that I had in Bulgaria. They were so wonderful. Oh, they're so good. The two main things that we had in Bulgaria were crepes, and we had donors. They're basically gyros, like Greek gyro, and yeah, you probably have them there too. I think they're mostly kind of imported over from like Turkish culture, which I'm pretty sure Turkey probably has a lot of residents in Romania as well. But those are heavenly. Oh my god, they're so good. For your trouble, here's a share of the spoils I found. Frozen tome. Ooh, nice. If you find your way off this island, come to Coast Rock, find the Red Falcon, and ask for Edward. My name's not Edward, but that's how you'll know. That's how you'll find me. Okay. I don't think we're ever gonna get to see her again, but I hope we do. Another thing that's different is donuts. Oh, interesting. Donuts are probably one of the few things that I think that my region actually does pretty well. I'm very interested to hear about yours. Oh, they're not a ring. Oh, are they, they're like a little bun? We have some of those too. The ring was popularized by, people of Jewish descent. Whenever they were making like their bagels and whatnot, it kind of carried over into the baking for donuts, which were very much popularized from like New York, and New York had a lot of people from Jewish descent settling there. Okay, so we're gonna get a we're gonna put a guide here because this is really far away. We'll grab a mage and a cleric. They're fun. You can eat them like that. You can put stuff inside like jamming. Yeah, that's we do that here too a little bit. It's not the like most common. Like the most common donut is like, yeah, the ringed ones you've seen, and they're like glazed with like a sugar glaze. But we do the little bun shaped ones, and we typically fill them with like little like berry jams, or a really popular thing is there's a brand called Krispy Kreme here, and they are popular. They have a popular donut that is filled with a lemon cream filling inside of those, and it is very, very nice. I'm a big fan of lemon and cream. Very, very creamy, lemony niceness. Basically anything stuffed with cream is really good, so it just kind of comes with the territory. Do you have any more prayers for me? No. Okay. Go ahead and grab a bunch of those. Lurk, you open tap. Thank you so much, Wolf's Paradise. I really appreciate that. I don't have alert command because I'm too dumb to set up commands. But thank you so much. I really appreciate being here. Considering you usually get chocolate, vanilla, and stuff super sweet. Mmm. Okay. Okay. I really like for chocolate. Like I like chocolate flavored things, but for chocolate, my favorite thing is, and this is quite a common. I really like a dark chocolate. Like I want like as dark of a chocolate as I can get my hands on, and I want it in like little, like hard bites of like what are they called? Where you like tempered chocolate, where it has that like really good crunch to it, where it snaps. A really nice tempered dark chocolate is really lovely for me. There was a Mennonite shop near me. They're basically an offshoot of like Amish, so they make everything by hand. And they had these really lovely dark chocolate chips that you use for baking, and I would just buy the bags of them. And whenever I wanted a little treat, I'd get a little bite of dark chocolate. They were about the size of the communion bread you get at church, so it's like communion but yummy. Ziggurat of dust. Interesting. You got a history of chocolate. Nice. Yeah, you've mentioned a little bit your love for chocolate on stream. I'd be interested to hear about some of your favorite chocolate treats. Pitchwoods. I cannot make that jump. I don't think we're able to do this area yet. I guess it would make sense that you make a lot of brownies if you like chocolate. That checks out. Whoa, there's like rib cages and stuff here. I guess we'll check what's down here. Okay, so this is another way into the ziggurat. The idea of after meal you should eat something sweet. Oh, okay, I see. I see. Well, I mean, it's not particularly a terrible idea, in moderation. Well, you're not eating... If it's just like little chocolate chips and stuff, and I imagine yours have a lot less sugar content than what's common here, probably not too bad for you. Probably not great for you, but not too bad. It's a pretty good way to end a meal, I'd say. I would often pop one of those little chocolate chips in my mouth after a meal, so relatable. Fixing bad eating habits can be rough. It's a hard process to break. I'm really glad you're taking care of yourself, though. Especially because, like, you know, catching diabetes is really rough, so if you're having a lot of sugar intake, then yeah, it's really good that you're limiting that. I found that, limiting my sugar intake really helped my energy levels, because I struggle a lot with, like, having energy to do literally anything. And, like, spiking my insulin levels early in the day, like at breakfast or whatnot, really leads to me not being able to get, like, anything done. So, like, limiting the amount of sugar that I have, like, first thing in the morning is very important to make sure that I can actually perform tasks that I want to complete. It is very satisfying. It's really lucky for me that I like dark chocolate more than milk chocolate. That is extremely uncommon, though. Everyone around me thinks that I am crazy for liking dark chocolate. I'm also the type of person that can enjoy licorice, though. So, you know, I'm very much someone that can eat things most people aren't really a fan of. Or fruits. Oh, that's great. A lot of people are of the mindset that There's this thing called sucrose is sucrose is sucrose, or sugar is a sugar is a sugar. We've kind of been seeing some things that don't really support that. We've seen a lot of cases of kids that are specifically suffering from allergic reactions to processed sugars that you find in like processed foods and whatnot, which are like, you know, your castor sugar, your processed sugars and all that. Whereas like natural sugars aren't bothering them quite as much. You know, your agaves, your maple syrups, your fruits, and all that aren't affecting them. So, you know, I'm not really one to go for claiming a couple cases to be evidence, but there's certainly something a little bit more complicated going on than just sugar is sugar is sugar. And typically, nothing in life is ever quite that simple. So, yeah, it's definitely better, I would say, that you get your sugar from, you know, honey and fruit and whatnot, especially because those foods have other benefits than just the sugar they're giving you, whereas, you know, a raw sugar, a processed sugar like castor sugar and all that, it's just sugar. You're not getting anything else out of it. And fruit's really great for you. There's some people that are really anti-fruit, but a lot of people, a lot of medical professionals recommend fruit. Whoa. Look at that jaw. Oh my god. Yo, he's like permanent PogChamp. Oh my god. Okay. Let's fix our health bar a little. Oh, he's not that bad. I thought he was gonna beat me up so bad. I never know what to expect with these enemies in this game, because I've encountered so many like little small fry enemies like flaming skulls that tear me to shreds, and then big boys that like are not even that big of a deal. Problem is that people tend not to educate themselves in nutrition. Yes, whatnot, so we grow up and continue having bad eating habits unless we consciously decide to change that. Absolutely. I mentioned to you that I'm very much into the scientific level of food, you know, the study of like true gastronomy and like understanding what makes food the way it is and all that. Part of that is understanding nutrition, so I've taken quite a serious approach at understanding, you know, what am I putting in my body, what effect is that going to have on my body, so that, you know, even though I'm making delicious food that I think is wonderful, and maybe the food I'm making isn't always necessarily super healthy for me, you know, maybe I'm having a creamy Alfredo pasta, and, you know, that's not good for me, that's not doing anything good for me at all. But I'm able to eat things in moderation, because when I'm not eating a creamy Alfredo pasta, I'm making sure to nourish my body properly and really take care of myself. So, yeah. There's so much about nutrition. There's how many mistakes we do what we're eating. Yes, absolutely. Changing your diet is the biggest thing for changing. Marshall Flail? What the hell is that? Oh my god. Oh my god. What are you? Hey, little guy. Okay. Oh, you came back. Oh, you're infinite. Oh. Oh, I see. Okay, I'm leaving. Yeah, changing your diet, you know, really making sure that you're properly nourishing your body goes such a long way. I mean, it really, your entire mood, your ability to learn, your energy levels. I mean, everything changes when you eat properly. I'm not vegan, but I've looked a lot into veganism, and like having a strong foundation of a plant-based diet truly does so much for the human body. Meat has its place for certain people's diets, and I really hope that we find ways to, have meat without cruelty. I won't go into that because that's a hot button issue, but yeah, I really hope we find ways to, have more cruelty-free meat and all that, and meat certainly has a place in some people's diets, but like a strong foundation of eating fruits and vegetables and really a good foundation of plants goes a huge way. Eating that every day. Absolutely. One thing to eat for the rest of your life. Choose croissant. I have to... Croissant. Yeah, yes. A good croissant. I'm sorry, I grew up in the American South, so here we say croissant, which is not correct. Croissant is very, very wonderful. Croissant is probably one of the number one things that I would love to have for breakfast every day. It's not necessarily the most nourishing thing every day. If I'm taking my nutrition really seriously for a period of time, like I'm like really hitting my like workout goals and whatnot, I'm trying to like put on like really good muscle mass and whatnot. For me, my number one go-to for like a nutritious breakfast is oatmeal, and then I fill that oatmeal with like fruits, which I'm careful about because I don't want to spike my insulin levels too much. But I typically go for like some fruits. Sometimes you can even do a savory oatmeal, which is pretty good, but like a really strong foundation of like a good grain early in the day. Super good for you. Your body can like munch on that energy all day long in your stomach. It's really good. Yeah. Oh, tofu. Tofu's wonderful. They make this incredible tofu that is seasoned at what's it called? What is the restaurant called here? Not Go Burrito. It's Chipotle. Chipotle is a fast food kind of restaurant here, which is like mostly like kind of like Mexican like burrito foods. They have this really incredible tofu that is seasoned in such a way that it tastes just like chicken. Well, maybe not just like chicken. I find it more pleasant than chicken. But it really goes to show that even a commercial fast food brand, can take tofu and make really incredible meat substitute. For me, I've always loved Burger King growing up. I'm American, I like a good hamburger every now and then. And Burger King's Impossible Whopper that uses Impossible meat, I can finally sit down, eat a Whopper, this big boy burger, and enjoy all the flavors that I love about a Whopper, and my stomach doesn't hate me after. Because as I've grown older, I cannot process junk food. Like, for example, I used to really like cup noodles. I literally cannot eat cup noodles anymore. If I eat cup noodles now, I feel horrible for the rest of the day. My stomach is just killing me. So, yeah, I'm really glad that Burger King has the Impossible Whopper, so I get to continue to enjoy Whoppers while not destroying my body and my gut. Yeah, tofu is really great. Number 15, Burger King foot lettuce. Yeah, Burger King's great. In Eastern Europe, at least in Bulgaria, I know Burger King is a little bit harder to get because there's not a lot of locations, and then the prices are higher there than they are here. So you probably don't get to have it nearly as much as like I've gotten to have it throughout my life. But they got some really good menu items, and I'm really glad that they're leaning into that. McDonald's is supposed to be pulling a not pulling. They're supposed to be rolling out a plant-based burger as well that's supposed to be really good. I don't think it's Impossible. I think it's a different brand. But fast food chains are really starting to lean into meat substitutes. Tofu burgers are really good. Bean-based burgers are also really good, like black bean burgers. They can be really good. Let's see. We're gonna get some Bloodbrow lore here on the item. This is basically what I was saying. We would find some items that were based around them, and we would get a little bit lore. So here we go. The Bloodbrow were a secret society of arcanists from a time when beasts were a more serious threat to man. The society fell into obscurity shortly after an aspiring lord tried to repurpose them into his personal brute squad, sending them to hunt supposed witches. In reality, were merely political rivals. Bloodbrow Barboot. The Bloodbrow cow is said to shield its wearer from whatever evil turns animals into nightmarish beasts. What's that look like? Oh, that's cool. Oh, it's actually really good stats, too. Oh, I might lean into that later. That's cool. I don't see gloves. Do we have pants? Bloodbrow Greaves. Centuries ago, when nightmarish beasts prowled the land, a group of exiles from the Citadel formed the Bloodbrow, a secret society tasked with hunting and slaughtering vile creatures wherever they may lurk. Okay, so we're kind of like Bloodborne hunters, kind of like Belmonts. You know, they're monster hunters. That's cool. Electromania. Oh no! Oh, they came back last year. Oh, yay! I went through emotions very quickly there. Yeah. They're one of few fast food brands that I actually kind of like. I guess I like most of that. I just really hate McDonald's, really. I think McDonald's is terrible. I don't like a single thing at McDonald's. Well, okay, actually, there's the fish fillet, but, like, even the fish fillet is not that good. Like, it's pretty good, but it's, like, not that good. It's just a fish fillet. Anyone can make one. What is that? Oh my god. Oh, the anime. Oh, the anime boys. Oh, no. Oh, no, not the anime. Not the anime boys. Light the torch. Light the torch. Get me out of here. Okay. Wow. Temple Run. Don't start. Yeah, yeah. You're right. I bought Don't Starve Together because I wanted to collab with Kurama, who was here earlier. He said no. He has no interest in that. But I would love to do a Don't Starve Together collab with someone one day. Because I've never truly gone through the game, but I really like the aesthetic of it, the like Nightmare Before Christmas kind of look it's got going on. We actually don't have Popeyes in my location. I've never had Popeyes. I hear that they are wonderful, though. We do, however, have Chick-fil-A, which is very much something that the rest of many regions of the country that don't have it envy it, because it is very good. I also know the exact recipe on how to make Chick-fil-A chicken. It's mostly pickle juice. Pickle juice is the main thing that makes Chick-fil-A taste the way that it does. It's very good. Was he about to tear his arm off? Yeah. So, Dark Souls has this kind of tendency to have enemies that tear their limbs off to use as a weapon. It's really morbid, but it's... Yeah, a lot of them will tear their arms and legs off to use it to defend themselves against you. Yeah, the animations are cute. You got Chick-fil-A. Very cool, very cool. They're pretty good. I'm not scared of offending Chick-fil-A. I like Chick-fil-A. Their food is great. They have really great customer service. I really like the nice playgrounds that they have built for kids to play in. I used that a lot as a kid. I know people who are very high up in Chick-fil-A, and they do a lot of really cool things. Really hate how homophobic Chick-fil-A is. They are extremely homophobic. They are extremely religious. Homophobia is a big no for me. Not cool with that. They've done some real dick moves with homophobia. Very much blatantly said they do not want gay people working at their restaurants and whatnot. It is big sad. Not a fan of that. Not a cool move. Great chicken though. Great chicken. Would really prefer if they dropped the homophobia though. It's not cool. Okay. Why am I... Okay, I'm not gonna transmute. Do I have any new transmissions for... Oh. Melphic Equibus. So I don't have a diamond cluster though. Gonna get some food, otherwise you end up starving. Streaming, but of course you keep streaming. Thank you so much, I really appreciate that, D. It means a lot to me that you came by. I've been really wanting to talk to you, especially through this format, because I've always been watching your streams. I'm really looking forward to watching yours later today. You get some yummy food, make sure you nourish your body. I probably won't be streaming for too much longer, but I'm really glad you came by. You also built an Olive Garden ago. Ooh. Panera Bread. Ah. My relationship. Yeah, I'm happy you caught me too. Thank you. My relationship with not Olive Garden, my relationship with Panera Bread is strained because they have really good food, but... Oh, I won't be getting rest before I join. Very doubtful. I'll probably rest my eyes a little, but I won't be sleeping. Unless, I don't know, how long from now are you streaming? Because I was assuming that you'd be streaming in a little bit, because of, like, the time you usually stream. My relationship with Panera Bread is strained because they have really good food, but it's not that good. Approximately 1 hour. Yeah, I won't be sleeping or anything, but I'll rest my eyes. Panera Bread has insane prices. Their prices are stupid high. It is disgustingly high. They charge you so much for a stupid bowl of soup when you could pay like like 1/4 of a quarter. That's redundant. You could pay a quarter of what you do for that soup and make it better than they make it. It's ridiculous. Panera Bread's prices are stupid. Their food's pretty good though. It's also decently healthy. Not incredibly healthy, but decently healthy. I like Panera Bread. I just wish they would change their prices. Yes. Their broccoli and cheese soup is wonderful. Also, if you get it to go, which I literally always have gotten their food to go, you don't get the bread bowl. You can probably request it or something, but they usually don't give me the bread bowl, and that pisses me off. As for Olive Garden, Olive Garden's kind of slept on, honestly. Like, it's not traditional Italian food, and like traditional Italian food is better. But our Olive Garden's kind of banger, honestly. They got some pretty good meals, and they're pretty reasonably priced too. You get a pretty good pasta for a pretty good reasonable price. You get some good breadsticks, you know, high quality breadsticks, I'd say, coated in a nice thin coat of butter, some good seasonings on it. You can get unlimited soup and salad for a good price. And then you can even get a good bottle of wine. They got great wine at Olive Garden. You can get a great bottle, have a nice meal, typically a great customer service. They shred that cheese, that Asiago cheese on all your stuff. It's great. Olive Garden's awesome. Big fan of Olive Garden. Yeah, they have the best Alfredo. Uh, the only bad thing about their Alfredo is it does not preserve very well. If you put their Alfredo in the fridge, uh, it turns into an abomination where like all the oil congeals really badly and all that. But like if you eat it fresh, it's great. It's fantastic. Love Olive Garden Alfredo. I do think their marinara is a little bit lacking. Or marinara. Marinara. Their marinara is a little bit lacking. But that's not that big a deal. Yeah, I was very much grown. I grew up in an environment where we didn't have a ton of money. We had enough. But I was very much hit on two fronts that, like, my mother's very much a frugal person and has, like, very good frugal practices with money. And then my father is at unhealthy levels of stingy and greedy, and I don't want to especially because Dee's had to hear a lot of it. I've mentioned it like 3 times last stream, but yeah, don't have a great relationship with my dad or whatever. Yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah, basically, I'm very much someone that is good at saving money, and I will always go for cheaper if I can, as long as I don't have to sacrifice too much quality for it. Like, you know, I'm a big fan of like sushi, and sushi's one of those things you do not skimp out on sushi. I make my own sushi, so I get to save a lot of money by doing that, because this is gonna be a little bit of a hot take. Most sushi places, no matter how good the sushi is, they are charging you too much. Rice is extremely cheap, even if you're getting really good koji rice, which is like the best rice you can get for sushi. You get really good Japanese koji rice. You make it well. It's not hard to make that well. You use a nice mirin, which is also super cheap to make or buy. It's just a solution of rice wine vinegar and sugar. You make a nice mirin. You season your rice, which is 90% of the flavor for sushi. You get a high quality fish, which is where the actual price starts to come in. However, sushi places are buying their fish in bulk. They have suppliers that they work with, so they're getting really good deals on their fish. You fillet that thing. It's not that much labor to fillet it. You lay it on the sushi. You got sashimi already. You get a couple more ingredients here and there. You layer those on. You're getting some avocado. You're getting some cucumber, some roe, and all that. Sushi is not expensive to make. It is, in fact, one of the cheaper foods, I would say. I would say that me making sushi at home costs less than me making, like, a really good pizza costs more to make than a really good sushi. Yes, I do wash my rice. I wash it until the water runs clear. I very much so use Asian cooking practices for Asian foods. If I'm going to be cooking an Asian meal, I use Asian cooking practices. Regardless of... so, factually speaking, you don't need to wash your rice in terms of, like, on a scientific level. Most rice here in first world countries is already properly processed to a point that washing it is kind of redundant. However, there's no arguing with results, and that I can literally make a high quality rice side-by-side comparison of washing it and not washing it, and the rice that I washed comes out better. So it just kind of comes out better. I mean, you can talk to rice distributors and they'll tell you that you really don't need to be washing your rice, but it makes it better. Rice bugs. So typically in America, you will not find rice bugs if you're storing your rice properly, which, to my understanding, most Asian households that carry a lot of rice at once have containers typically for their rice. You're usually not just sitting a sack of rice down somewhere. I mean, some households will do that, but the chances of you getting rice bugs are typically quite low. They do happen, of course, but you're not going to get rice in the rice that you're buying from the store, and typically you're not going to get rice bugs if you're storing your rice properly. So you typically don't need to wash the rice for that reason. The reason that I wash rice and that a lot of people wash rice is because when rice is rubbing up against each other, especially after being freshly processed, you get a lot of free starches that are kind of floating around, and you end up in a scenario where like it has like this powder to it. Like if you run your hand through a bag of rice, they'll feel kind of powdery. Whereas, can I go that way? I can. Whereas if you wash your rice, you get rid of that powder. So for cooking a really good bowl of rice or sushi rice or whatever, washing the rice is going to yield a better result because you're getting rid of the excess starch. And yeah, that just typically makes for a more pleasant experience. If you really need your rice to be sticky, you need it to stick together really well, typically washing it just once or not washing it at all will make it much stickier because you have more starch. So that is a strategy you can do. I have done that before when I've had difficulties with a lower quality rice that I'm using that doesn't stick together properly when making sushi. I have foregone washing the rice, and it has made it easier to have it stick. Yeah, sticky rice is so good. It's very pleasant. You get like a nice onigiri. Oh, wonderful. I actually haven't had kimbap, by the way. You mentioned it earlier. I have not had the pleasure of having it. Korean food is really something that I want to get more into. I've managed to get a good amount. I eat a lot of kimchi. I really want to make my own kimchi, but I have not got to try kimbap yet. I have a friend who is Korean, and she's given me some really good tips. The area I live in, there's no like Korean restaurants or anything here, so my ability to try Korean foods is purely based off of like me making it myself, which is quite a big process because all of the process of making Korean food tends to be a little bit intensive, I find. Not all of them, but a lot of their recipes are pretty intensive. There's a there's a really dark colored noodle dish. I can't remember the name of it right now, but it's a Korean noodle dish with like black noodles that I really want to try. The name escapes me right now, but I'm really interested to try that. Oh, we just lost. Oof. I want to read that message loud. However, I've actually never learned how to say that word properly. So I won't embarrass myself there, but I am very interested to try it. It looks so good, and I've heard about how good it is. I'll definitely be making it at some point in time. I think I'll have to import ingredients, though. Totoboki? Totoboki. Yeah, I've been saying, what have I been saying? I've been saying, tetabaki, which is not correct. Totoboki. Okay. Totoboki. Totoboki. I don't expect too much out of my pronunciations. You wouldn't believe how many times my Bulgarian friend has tried to teach me how to say things and been disappointed at my pronunciation. Todoboki. for the book. Okay. That's interesting. One of our members in the quartet of royalty in Altera Vita, she is Korean, so she'll be able to teach me quite a bit about Korean cuisine. Oh. I'm not really sure how to progress in this area. Well, anytime you need tips, I'm there. I give cooking information freely. I very much enjoy discussing cooking, so I'm down for it anytime. I won't always have the answers, but like 90% of the time, I'll probably have the answers. Oh, I'm dumb. I can drop down to that. God, they're so chonky when they build your salt. Oil or butter? It's not either or for me. You don't typically... It's not really an either or question for me, especially because like when you use butter, if you know how to use your butter properly, you're typically putting down a neutral flavor oil, like a canola oil or a peanut oil, so that the butter does not burn, because butter has a very low smoke point. So in order to stop it from burning, you put down a little bit of oil, and that manages to contain the heat in thus a way that the butter will not burn. So yeah, they kind of work together. Yeah, avocado is pretty neutral. It's got a little bit of flavor to it, but it's pretty neutral. Olive oil is obviously wonderful, but you can't use olive oil in everything. I know some people that try to, and that is a mistake, but it's quite lovely in many things. You telling me you've never burned butter? That's crazy. A lot of people burn their butter. In fact, I would say it's very, very easy to burn your butter. Interesting. You just give it heat. I mean, I promise you, if you put some butter in a pan, oh, you'll burn it in like, if you just put the heat on high, it'll burn. I mean, yes, it will melt. So that melted butter will turn brown, and that's a good stage. That's where caramelization has taken place. And you get a really nice really nice tones with brown butter. However, if you let it go past brown, it'll turn black. It'll like actually get to a point where it is just char flavor, and it's really, really bitter and terrible. No, you cannot get your butter to be crunchy. That will not happen. The closest thing, well, okay, if you want crunchy butter, like if that's something that you're like interested in, the easiest way to get that is going to be a crumble pie. So like you take a pie, you freeze the butter, and then you're going to cut the butter into little pieces, and you're going to put it in the pie like flour mixture that you have, and you're going to do it very gently. And doing that is going to result in having these little crumbles of buttery powder, and from there you eat it. You cook it, you eat it. You'll have little buttery, crunchy bits. There's a channel called Food Wishes, which is a very famous cooking channel. They have a very, very good berry crumble pie recipe that I've made. I would recommend that one. You know, I have to wonder if people continue to know about how much I'm into cooking, like if that continues to be a thing for my reputation and I continue to grow as a VTuber, I really wonder if I'm going to end up interacting with Onikiri, whom she's a VTuber who runs a cooking stream, and she's had a bunch of VTubers on to cook with her. I'm really curious if that's going to end up being in my future. When I was younger and ate the butter waffles. Yeah. Butter on waffles is really good. This is why I'm always seeing people make these Twitter posts where they're talking about how much better pancakes are than waffles, and I'm always pulling up in the oh no. No. Okay. So as I was saying, yeah, I prefer waffles over pancakes. One, the flavor just tends to be more properly distributed. Two, you get crunchier bits on the outside, which is the perfect ratio of crunch to softness. And then you get the little pockets, and you get to fill those with maple syrup or butter or a nice jam. They're just so conveniently made. However, if you ask me waffles or crepes, I'm sorry that I'm going to have to take the side of crepes. And that's just because I prefer a more delicate type of flavor. So although I love waffles, also chicken waffles is quite nice. If you haven't had fried chicken waffles, those are quite wonderful. Though I like waffles quite a lot and all their benefits, because of the delicate flavor you can get out of either a savory or a sweet crepe, really, really takes the cake for me. I have a lot of camera gear, and because I've done a cooking YouTube channel, I kind of know how to set up a cooking stream. The issue is that my cooking, I don't want to call it a studio, but like the building I do cooking in is not like inside of my house particularly, so I won't have a good internet connection, so I still kind of have to figure that out. I'm probably going to be routing a internet cable out there for other reasons anyway, so it might work out at some point, but we'll see. Definitely don't expect any cooking streams anytime soon, but it could definitely be something that happens in the future. Okay, well there's one easy thing about this guy, and it's that it's fire that he uses, and we have a lot of ways to negate fire damage. attack there really gets me. Okay, well we went in with a lot of lowered healing. Like, we did not have full healing. I think we can actually get that guy down really easy. For your cooking stream, you make kimchi. Grandma's recipe. It's always better to make something you can eat right away. Well, typically the way we get around that on cooking videos and cooking related content is you make a batch in advance, and then you make a batch on stream or in the video, and then once you've reached the conclusion point of making it, you know, once you've got the kimchi jarred up and ready to ferment, you get out the one that you already have made, and then you will take a bit of it, either show it off or eat some of it and talk about it, and that's how we handle that. You don't expect most people to be cooking while you're cooking. For whatever reason, people love to watch cooking videos and cooking streams, but they do not like to cook along. I would say over 90% of people who are watching a cooking stream or a cooking video have absolutely zero intention of ever making that item. They just want to watch you do it. Yeah, we've been doing that since good old 1950s cooking shows. It's the good old strat. Even when people would make like brownies and stuff like that, they put them in the oven and they'd be like, "Oh, would you look at this? I already have a batch made here. Isn't that lovely?" The only issue with that is that now you have a bunch of food. However, in kimchi's case, I don't think you're going to have any issue with having a bunch of kimchi in reserve, especially because it's really easy to eat a lot of kimchi. And, you know, it stores really well. Alright, we're gonna put a stain page there. I don't want to use a shield, but a shield would be really good here. If we die again, I'll consider using the shield. This house, focus usage on fatigue. Defense to fire. Wounding. Let's do... where is it? Crystal Moat. We'll do that. And then once we run out of mana, maybe we hot swap onto, what did we have in the slot before? The bandage string. We'll probably be wounded by then. Get a jalapeno for Popeyes, but didn't think it was spicy at all until... Yeah, when I was little, I used to get these Camarones Monterey, little Mexican foods. Sorry if I butchered the pronunciation for anyone of Hispanic descent. My mother's actually quite fluent in Spanish, so that's usually how she pronounces it, and I'm just going off of that. But they're typically like a shrimp meal with like a chipotles that make this really nice kind of like orange color for the sauce that goes with it. I was eating them late at night, and I didn't realize that the chipotle that was like this whole entire chipotle that was in it and had time to like stew in its flavor really, because it was like refrigerated overnight. I like bit straight into that thinking it was a shrimp, and like basically sucked on it because I was like trying to savor the shrimp because I didn't have a lot of them left. And yeah, it did a big number on me because I was very little and I did not have a spice tolerance yet, and oh boy, it hurt the hell out of me. Now I can eat chipotles, no problem. Like, now I can just like open up a jar of them, eat them no problem. Doesn't even affect me. But back then, oh boy. No spice tolerance, yeah. Oh man, I managed to mute myself to sneeze. Hell yeah. Very cool. Very cool. Not to cough though. Okay. Fine. Well, let's run in with this. We're gonna do intervention, divine armor, divine will, divine blessed weapon. Alright. Hell yeah. That's what I meant. We have so many ways to negate fire damage that, like, if a boss is doing fire damage, I am not worried. Hell yeah. That was falling apart. No. He's got a brand for us. Huh? So you killed him. You killed the king. Quite a relief. But is this a dream? The ziggurat we're in, well, it reminds me of the great tomb built by the Sun King of Kolkas. Kolkas is where I studied, until the mission. We were to sail to the west, for a marriage alliance, I think. No, that's wrong. We were to sail to the east, to Liven. We were to make peace with the citadel of fire and sky. Kolkas' sitting king had just announced an alliance with Ascaria, and with it an allegiance to their new gods. The climate for sorcerers' collectives would surely sour. So we sailed, but there was a storm at sea. I was washed ashore, and I don't think any of my fellow sorcerers survived. When I found this ziggurat, I thought I'd gone mad. But I'm no stranger to dark magic. Imagine a demon that feeds off the ruins of nations. A demon that collects. Such a powerful being could dwell on this island, or perhaps this island is the demon, and feeds, claiming men, women, kings, countries. I want you to explore my theory. I have just the thing to help you do it. I have something for you. It might burn a bit, but aren't all good things found in flame? Let's take a look at that. Dart brand, a word of power carried in a brand. Bearing the brand grants its owner power over impetus. Wear this brand to gain the ability to perform a mid-air dash. Press R2 while airborne. If you find the ruined temple, you'll know my theory is true. What about you? Do you agree? Yes. Of course, this island is a graveyard of civilizations. Find the ruined temple, and we'll get to the bottom of this. Let's try out our new ability. Oh, that's sick. Oh, I love that. Oh my god. Genki Desu? What? I don't know what Genki Desu is, I'm gonna be honest with you. I know what Desu was. I know of Salome from Niji Sanji, who says Desu with everything. And it's adorable. What does it mean? Tell me. Oh, a great pearl. Oh my. Gun. Gun. Oh no. I'm not dealing with them. Ogenki Desuka. Ogenki Desuka. And you can reply Genki Desu. Okay. Or is it Desu or is it Des? So Ogenki Desuka and Genki Des. Des. Okay. I always said Desu. I guess I've been saying it wrong my whole life. I see. Oh man. Oh wow. Whoa. 4 hours and 25 minutes. We'll go ahead and switch to we can chat a little bit longer, but I'll probably be closing stream here soon. Oh, hello there. Well, okay, I mean, if someone is gonna be here, then, you know, maybe we'll go a little bit longer then. I don't want them to not feel welcome. Hello there, Nick's Lullaby. Welcome to the stream. I was not going to close the stream. That was not gonna happen. You didn't see that. I will keep it open so that you can be here. Hello there. How are you doing today? Taking Japanese last year is mind-boggling. Yeah, I mentioned this a little bit earlier in the stream, but I really wanted to be a translator between Japanese and English when I was younger. So I tried to learn a little bit, but I never got super far. I am doing quite well. We've been streaming for quite a while. We just downed a really cool boss, and now we have a mid-air dash ability, and I'm really excited to get to utilize that, and it should open up a lot of the map for us. You've probably never seen this game before. You might have, though. I don't know how you found the stream exactly. I'd be interested to hear. But, yeah, this is Salt and Sanctuary. It is a Souls-like game inspired by the likes of Dark Souls. It is also inspired by the Metroidvania genre. I don't have a TikTok. Oh, Twitter. Okay. You scared me because I've been so worried that, like, I'm gonna mess up something and someone's gonna jack my model. So I got a little bit scared there. But yes, you probably found me on Twitter. I've been pretty active on there. I'm really glad that you found me. Oh no, absolutely. I will be making TikToks at some point. Honestly, the only thing that's holding me back right now, because I kind of have an idea of what I want to do. The thing that's holding me back, I'm really paranoid about, like, I really don't like the idea of how much data TikTok takes, so I really don't want to download the phone application. So I've been trying to look for a way to produce TikToks and upload them without needing to download the phone app. And I think I can do that via the website, but I really, really don't want to download TikTok, the application. Yeah, I've been struggling to think of what to do for TikTok, but I think what I'm gonna do is I think I'm just gonna do little personal messages that are like little tips and advice for people, like either life advice or like little like streaming advice things, or maybe I don't know. I think I'll just upload some like nice little messages, you know, maybe just a nice little message to pop up in somebody's feed and, you know, let them know that people care about them or something. I don't know. I want to put something out there that's sweet. Food. See, here's the thing. So I have that cooking channel that I mentioned to you and whatnot. The main reason that I'm not like making cooking content constantly for that, cooking content is hard. It is hard work. Some of the hardest I've worked in my life is making cooking videos. I mean, you have to go really hard in the kitchen to make interesting cooking videos. And it is expensive because you gotta get the ingredients, and it is time consuming. It is difficult work. So you probably will not see a lot of cooking TikToks from me. You might see some of them, but probably not a lot. It is not sustainable for me to make a bunch of them. Oh no. Well, we're right there at the shrine, so it's not too big a deal. Thank you so much. Thank you, JRPG Mike, for the 3-viewer raid. I really, really appreciate that. It's huge. Welcome back to the channel. How have you been today? Have you been streaming much? And what have you been streaming? Thank you. Your assistance is always very, very much appreciated. FF14. What were you doing on 14? You just, a friend of mine came by, who also streams 14. She'll be streaming here soon. Too bad that you weren't here at the same time, so we just discussed it a little bit. But you got me, and I played on 14. What were you doing on 14? We're gonna go back to the ziggurat, because I'm not exactly sure where to go. Oh boy. We got trampled. Ooh, man, this air dash lets us do some crazy stuff. We badly need a merchant, though, because we are running out of torches. Oh, I know where we can go. There's a rooftop on that beach shore that we can go check out. Oh my god, this air dash is so fun. It looks really cool too. Oh. What's this? Oh, ow. Okay. Alright, we're running out of torch here, but hopefully we have enough left. Oh boy. That's a little bit difficult. Oop, overshot it. Okay. Alright, so just one dash, but we really need to kind of hit the dash at like the apex of our jump there. See, here's the issue, is if we run out of torch, I'm pretty sure the platform doesn't manifest without it. Yeah, we need the torch to manifest it. So if like our torch runs out midway through this, we're gonna fall to our death. Okay, okay. Oh. Oh boy. Wobbuffet or Wobbuffet? I always said Wobbuffet, because that's what the little dude says in the Pokemon show that I watched. But I also watched Pokemon in English, so it could be that it's pronounced differently in Japanese. I was very much one of those kids that I grew up with the English Ash Ketchum. My favorite Pokemon is Celebi. She is not very popular. I don't know why I said she. That is a heteronormative thought right there, because she is a tiny little green creature, so I said she. But yeah, Celebi is precious. I love Celebi. Okay, is there a merchant here? No. Can we invite a merchant here? No. Okay, we need to travel to where there's a merchant. Oh, Ditto's so cute, yeah. Did you like Ditto in the Detective Pikachu movie? Case of salt. Oh man. The Caldascus Sea, once vibrant with the spark of salt, grew dim and became known as the Emeranian Sea. Malthus, 936. Yeah, they were really cool in the Pokemon movie. Alright, we will never run out of torches again. Let's get some bullets. Yeah, I like that movie a lot. Do you have any new prayers, lady? No? Yeah, Ryan Reynolds is a great actor. I like him in pretty much everything. Okay, so if we go to the far beach, or no, we'll go to the fort beyond the mire, and then come up here. Yeah, get this item: a black pearl and a pack of salt. Wonder. Oh, okay, it didn't kill me. What about the rest of you guys in chat? What's your favorite Pokemon? I'd be very interested to hear. I actually haven't played a lot of Pokemon. I've only played Pokemon X to completion, and I've played around. I played a lot of Pokemon Snap when I was little, actually, because I had an N64 and Pokemon Snap. So my first Pokemon game was actually Pokemon Snap, where you take pictures of Pokemon. You don't even battle them. You just take photographs of them. Ironic, considering I would become a photographer later in life. But yeah. What's the Dome of the Forgotten? That's where we need to go. Okay, so I have no idea. Once we take that catalyst up into the air, I have zero idea how we will not die to it, but we're gonna find out. Alright, we just ride it out. Okay, I thought that might be the case. Okay. Guardsman's Halberd, very cool. Who would Niji-Sanji to watch? So my favorite member of Niji-Sanji is Selene. Selene Tatsuki. I love Selene. Selene is wonderful. I'm actually gonna really quickly look up so that I can remember Niji Sanji members, because there's so many of them. As for Niji Sanji Japan, my favorite was Anji. I really like Anji. I loved her Undertale playthrough. That was really good. I think her name was Homa Himawari, the girl with the little sunflower in her hair. Love her. She's precious. I think that's basically the main people that watch in Japanese. Niji Sanji. Let me do Niji Sanji Ian members. Trying to remember. Oh, these are Japan. What? Let's see the English members. Oh yeah, Nina's wonderful. I really like Nina's streams. Nina's personality is really my speed. Here we go. Okay, so Pomu is wonderful. Everybody loves Pomu. Who are you if you don't like Pomu? I mean, it's Pomu. Come on. Love Pomu. Alira, I honestly feel like my personality is pretty similar to Alira in a lot of ways. I think I present myself differently than she does, definitely, but I honestly feel like her personality is pretty similar to mine, so I really like that. Fidona's great. Fidona's very, very funny. Rosemi is precious. Petra is also precious. Selena's my favorite. Love her. Nina is a wonderful mama. Millie is unhinged. I love watching her collabs. I don't really watch her streams very much, but she is unhinged. Ina's cool. She makes some pretty funny jokes. I don't really watch her streams too much. Reimu, I want to get to know more. I don't know Reimu very well. I've seen her in some collabs and whatnot. I've never really watched a Reimu stream. Luca's cool. He's a cool dude. Shu is adorable. Ike is very cute. I like his personality a lot. Mista is a tricky. Mista's a tricky little boy. Vox. Vox is something. Vox sure does. He does some interesting streams sometimes. He's very, very hot though. Sunny's a cool dude. Uki's super chill. I love listening to Uki talk about like makeup and like his story of like taking makeup off of his drunk homie. Love that. Uki's great. Albin's adorable. Fulgur's probably my favorite boy in Niji Sanji English. I really like Fulgur. I've watched quite a few Fulgur streams. Yugo's really chill. I've loved watching Yugo's voice training streams. I've tried to utilize some of the techniques that they showed off. Maria, I haven't checked out too much yet. Kyo, I haven't watched any of at all. I haven't even seen Kyo in a collab. Oh wait, that's not true. I did see a collab with Kyo, and I was shocked at Kyo's voice because it is so much deeper than I expected. I haven't seen any of Aya. Aya? Is that Aya? Aya Amare? Yeah, I haven't seen any of her yet. I haven't seen any of Aster. Scarlett I was really excited for, but I don't know. I haven't really had a chance to watch any of the streams. And Rin looks like a really, really cool dude. I haven't gotten to watch any of his either. I haven't really got to interact with the new wave too much. But yeah. That's I guess I watch a lot more of Niji Sanji English than I thought I did. Like I watch more Hololive than I do Niji Sanji. Not even because I like Hololive more or anything. I'm just very attached to some of the Hololive talents, like Callie. Callie is like absolutely. I think people say my Oshi, which is like your. I think that means like your like role model. If I understand, like if Calliope Mori is definitely like my role model. She would be my Oshi. I love her a lot. Wait, those are tentacles? I thought for sure that those were horns. I thought it was like a gender bent Maleficent. Those are tentacles. Interesting. Show, that's adorable. Show's great. I like Show a lot. I'm really glad to have met them. Show is the best. Their debut was so good. So glad they decided to sing Diamond City Lights. As you should. Oh god. It really was. What a twerkable performance. Oh, these are cool. They're like marionettes. halo to sound like? It's a very pretty description. Oh my god, it's another mimic. Oh, he rolled me. Just checking my phone real quick. Alright, cool. You're doing good. I have a lot of DMs to respond to. It's a little bit overwhelming. It happened so suddenly. After that Among Us collab, I made friends with like all of those VTubers. And we've been talking so much now, and then like I got really excited after the Among Us collab, and I was like, oh my god, I can make friends. Because like I've been trying to make friends so hard on Twitter, and I was like, oh my god, I can like make like real friends and like talk to these people. It's like I like started like hitting up a bunch of people, and now it's really overwhelming because there's a lot of people. Quite philosophical. Oh, that's really precious. I would love that as a compliment too. It's really good. I'm actually pretty into philosophy. So, ooh, we got the silver salt charm. I've read about those. It we use salt up to increase our attack power. So if we're ever back against a wall in a boss fight, that'll be really useful for us. You were awesome. Thank you. What does ayaya mean exactly? I just know it as like a cute sound that I see that little blonde anime girl make. Oh my god. No, don't bounce on me. Oh no, oh double whammy, oh no. Get me out of here. Okay. Alright, we're chill, we're chill. It's like the expression, it shows excitement. Oh, that makes sense. In the context I've seen it, that absolutely makes sense. Do a mimic too? Oh my god, is it just it's just mimics in here. It's a good thing I'm paranoid of mimics. Are you also a mimic? Okay, thank god they didn't put it on this tiny little thing. Oh dear. Mudelia Mao. You are very... Bro, it's the Radiance. Oh my god. Who's that? Oh my god, you're cool. This is what I imagine it would be like to fight Amelie Monarch. Whoa! I'm gonna take back this is gonna be like fight Amelie. This is actually not that difficult. Okay, maybe I spoke too soon. That looks really spooky. That's super cool. I really like it. Whoa, you're so cool. Oh my god, you're awesome. I figured I would just eat that hit, because it actually didn't hurt that bad. Oh no, I got clipped. Okay, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah, their strikes are super cool. I knew this would happen eventually. We've been holy pretty much the whole game, and now it's finally time that we end up fighting unholy enemies, so take off that. Take off that. It's like all magical hits. We're not going to use divine armor. We're going to do probably arcane and flame guardian, orbiters. These stained pages are really going to help. Yeah, they're like scythe swings. It's so cool. Oh, I still had this fire ring on. Put this on, maybe. Dexterity would be pretty cool. We got wounded pretty bad. We'll put the wounding ring on. Oh, you might have just been onto something. I think, yes, I think you just peeled back the beginnings of a very interesting theory that might have some good credibility to it. I can totally see the concept of an entity like this that would probably be, you know, adopted as like a deity, and probably over time, because so we see in religions that usually the worshippers of a religion like to imagine their god to look similar to them, for whatever reason. There's a bunch of reasons I could go into it, but it's really not necessary. But usually people that worship something want to imagine that their god looks like them. So I could very much see that some sect of people would end up worshipping this light creature, and over time they would probably imagine that this light god that they worship looks more like they do. That's I like that theory. I think that has a lot of credibility. Oh, she looks really cool when she's absorbed the salt too. first video game as a kid? What was my first? Oh, that's right. Okay, so I don't know which one came first, and I kind of prefer it this way. It was either Jak and Daxter or it was Ratchet and Clank. I do not know which disc I put in first, but I was, or wait. Maybe it was an N64 game. I don't know exactly. I can tell you that the one that I have the most vivid memory of playing first is Ratchet and Clank and Jak and Daxter, but they are exactly equal. I do not know which one came first, or what. But those are the ones I have the most vivid memory of. There were other games around, like we had Banjo-Kazooie on the N64 and whatnot. And I imagine that we had it before we had the PlayStation 2 available to us, so I wouldn't be shocked if I picked up a controller and played one of those games prior. But we're going to say Ratchet and Clank and Jak and Daxter because those are the ones that I remember the best. And then I've talked about my experience with the Kingdom Hearts. It was not my favorite, or it was not my first game, but it is my favorite game. So, yeah. I've talked about that many times, and I can talk about it again at some point. But yeah, loved Kingdom Hearts. Managed to find that at some point in time, and it was huge, big moment for me. Your mom loves Kingdom Hearts. That's wonderful. My mom helped me play a lot of the games I was playing when I was younger. So like, she was the one playing Banjo-Kazooie. She helped me play Ratchet and Clank. So like, yeah, my mom likes Kingdom Hearts as well too. I think she said that that's her favorite out of the games that I play is Kingdom Hearts. So she's always been very supportive of my love for Kingdom Hearts. Assassin's Creed. Interesting, interesting. Oh, yeah, I've done some pretty pretty messed up things with bodies in games. I should not have had access to the mutilation system in the Fallout games. I did some very concerning things with that, and I had Red Dead Redemption way too early on, and yeah. I don't want to go into too much detail there, but people were pretty convinced I was going to turn into a serial killer. It was... I mean, looking back, and I'm like, wow, that's morbid, but like at the time, I was just playing around and stuff. You're 5. How old was I? Let's see. Here's the great thing about being the age that I am, is I can look up the year Fallout came out, and I'll get my age. So, Fallout 3. Release 2008. I was 8 years old. Yes, I'm a very big Fallout fan. I don't like Fallout 4. I'm just gonna go ahead and put that out there. I have very choice opinions of Fallout 4. And I don't like Fallout 76 very much. But all the other games in the franchise, huge fan. Especially Fallout New Vegas. Oh my god, I love Fallout New Vegas. The bug scares you. Wait, the bug scare one of my friends. Oh, yeah, yeah. I've played a good bit of Left 4 Dead. I hadn't played Left 4 Dead for a long time until I finally got a PC when I was about 15, 16 maybe. That was my first time that I got to play Left 4 Dead. And yeah, it's very fun. I love playing it cooperatively with other people. Yeah, yeah. Smokers are evil. I played a really cool modded map recently for Left 4 Dead that I really want to finish. It all took place in Japan, and you go through like Tokyo proper, and then by the end of it, you go through like the countryside of Japan. It's so cool. Oh my god, there's so many cool modded maps for Left 4 Dead. Yeah, they sound really cool. I know you're planning on becoming a VTuber for the show. If you want, either before or after you become one, I would absolutely love to do a Left 4 Dead collab. And anyone that you want to invite is more than welcome to do that. But we could totally play through those maps. I never got to finish the final level because it's really hard. So I would love to have another shot at that. Bob and Diablo. I don't know who Bob is, but remind you of jockeys? They must be pretty wild. Bro, give me my salt pack. There we go. You debuted today. Oh my god, I'm so sorry that I wasn't there for it. I had no idea that you were debuting so soon. I would have been there. Oh, I wish I was there. I'll watch the VOD. I promise I'll watch the VOD. Assuming there is a VOD, of course. You already probably have to find a way to get it on PC. Oh, it's usually like super cheap. In fact, I think it might even be free on Steam. I know it's gone free on Steam many times. But yeah, it should be really easy for you to get a hold of it. Yeah, it should be really easy. And it runs really well. It's easy to get a controller going on with it. It should be all real easy. So I would love to do that. I don't know if Show plays it or not, but if you want, we could get Show involved with it, and that'd be really cool. We'd have 3 people for it, and then I'm sure we could probably find a 4th member. That'd be really cool. And then if we end up finding even more people in the future, I haven't gotten to play much of competitive Left 4 Dead, like where you have like the players playing the zombies that attack you and all that. I haven't gotten to play much of that, so I would love to do that. I think I have it modded to hell, so I usually have whoever is Leon S. Kennedy from Resident Evil. That's who I'm playing as usually. I think that's usually Ellis. It might be Nick, but I can play Ellis, no problem. How much salt does this give? Whoa! Let's see, can we get a skill point? Skill point coach. Nice. Coach is pretty sick. What is this up here? This is light armor. Okay. I should read these. But they will discover that the evil that came of blood magic and salt alchemy had spread into the very soil, poisoning the world to its very core with burning clouds. 3-6. Poison delivered through wounds is a bit simple, and the actual poisons used are usually the same, tried and true poisons used in food and drink. Thus the rhyme, deadly when consumed means deadly in a wound. The Poisoner's Field Guide. The tenacious shadow must attack without relenting. An alerted foe will always wither beneath the tenacious shadow's hail of arrows. The effect of red grass are nearly miraculous. Those who consume red grass have noted rapid mending of wounds, the disappearance of scars, and general waves of undescribable wellness. Were it not so costly to produce and harvest, this realm could expect the eradication of disease and death, as well as swarms of grass-addicted pleasantries. Chauncey Medicine. Interesting. Have I played all the playthroughs? Absolutely not. I have not. I have not played that much of Left 4 Dead, so we can do anything you want on there. Oh, we're dead. Oh, my model's messed up. I like to, I like to, like, stroke my chin, so I end up losing tracking. That's what ends up happening. Nope. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna explore down here. Need to lead me through it all? Sure, absolutely. You take the reins. Okay, well, for one, I don't know where to go. Two, it's been quite a while, and I'm pretty sure D will be streaming soon. So, I think this will be a pretty good time for us to go ahead and start wrapping things up. I'm absolutely very excited at the concept of us playing Left 4 Dead. I would love to do that. I'm glad that we discovered that that was an option for us. I had a very good time on Salt and Sanctuary today. That was a very good pivot from the poor time we were having on Hollow Knight to this. Worked out really well. We don't have too much of Salt and Sanctuary left, and I know we're coming to a close on Hollow Knight very soon, so we're going to have some games taking their places soon. Let's see here. I think I've really been wanting to play Resident Evil, so I'm thinking maybe we do Resident Evil 1 Remaster, possibly, in place of Salt and Sanctuary as my kind of comfort food game. Hollow Knight, we're going to have... I don't know if I'll be able to buy Inner Lilies immediately because of my funds being low, but I'll try to get Inner Lilies immediately. We might do Shadow of the Colossus, because I've never played through all of Shadow of the Colossus. We also have Strider. I'm gonna name a couple games that are available to us. Transistor, Strider, the Bioshock Collection, which would be 1 and 2. I'm not playing Infinite again. I have zero interest in playing Infinite again, so don't expect Infinite. The Last Guardian, possibly Absolver at some point. I'm probably going to replay through the Devil May Cry franchise, or just go straight to 5. I've played everything but 5. We may just go straight to 5. We may replay through them before 5. I don't know. Fury is a game that I have to play. I own Dragon's Crown Pro. I don't know if I'm going to play that. It's on my list of games to potentially stream. Darksiders 2 and 3. Ni no Kuni, Wrath of the White Witch Remastered. Journey. Resident Evil 0. Basically all the Resident Evil games. Yeah, that's what's in my folder right now for games to stream in the near future. So, yes, that is some food for thought. Okay, thank you so much for watching. I hope you have a wonderful night, and I hope to see you again soon. Yes, very exciting. Quite a long stream. While I watch the stream, yes, I will be resting while I watch it. I will be in bed watching it. but my eyes will be. I guess it's mostly 14, so like I can probably close my eyes for a lot of it while I just kind of listen to the stream. But I'm pretty chatty, so I'll probably be texting back and forth. But yes, thank you so much. Also, feel free to Pluto. You feel free to ask Show for my Discord name, and you can just add me on Discord, and we can play the Left 4 Dead thing. Or follow me, like send me a follow on Twitter or a message on Twitter or whatever. Just we can get in contact somehow and plan the Left 4 Dead. Probably not this week, as I have a lot, but we can schedule it out probably next week. Okay. All right. Bye-bye. Thank you so much for watching. I will see you not tomorrow. I'm not scheduled for tomorrow. I'll see you day after tomorrow. Yes. Okay. Bye-bye.